Hello everyone, Santier here, and we're doing something special today. And by special, I mean looking at this recent skill update, which is going to be a lot. So for those who maybe are not entirely familiar, you can find on this YouTube channel my skill review project, where I reviewed all of the skills that the player can use in the game. That is, needless to say, quite lengthy. And I'm not going to, do it quite the same way or whatever. I'm not going to worry about putting this in the playlist, probably. Probably should consider it. Anyway, with that, has set up a precedent where people kind of expect me to review the skills of Guild Wars 1. And so, given that, and also because I think it's interesting and useful for me to do as well, just for my own sake, I'm here on my main account because we are suspending the quest for unlocking all skills. We'll see if we have time to get to it today or not. We may or may not, but I'm just going to hop in on this. Assassin has the first, actual skill changes I'm going to, talk about. But we're going to start by talking about the AI changes and such. So I'm not going to bring up the wiki or anything. Excuse me, I have hiccups. We're going to have to be talking about this skill, though. My goodness. But so I'm not going to bring up the wiki or anything, but I'm going to read off of it. And there's a lot of different things to talk about here. So yeah, we'll dive in just a moment. But like I said, if there's time at the end of the stream, because I usually stream for around 4 to 5 hours. So if there's time, I'll continue the quest for unlocking all skills, but this might just be a one-off of reviewing this huge skill update and testing things out just to verify I understand some of the functionality. So let's just go ahead and get started here with some of the AI. So the first thing that we have, there's actually an emergency update, a hotfix update to fix some stuff with pets, which I think is really funny. It also brought something to my attention, which I think is pretty interesting. But apparently pets were attacking neutral mobs unprovoked, which is really funny. But so they did some fixes or some adjustments to hero and pet AI. So this seems to be primarily addressing melee heroes. So it says, the target selection logic for melee heroes has been adjusted to stick to their previous targets so that they don't waste valuable time moving between targets. If you specify a target, I'm assuming that means calling out a target. That's something we're going to have to observe as I kind of play. But if you specify a target, that will overrule this logic. So what can happen is how they're choosing targets. It seems like they will spend less time running between targets now and will tend to stay on a target longer. Heroes should freeze less often when they're having difficulty getting to their preferred target. This is particularly for melee heroes who should try to attack enemies that are body blocking them while trying to progress to their desired target. So this, stuck heroes will also try to get unstuck periodically if they're unable to reach the preferred target. So this is, I think, we see this especially with, the warriors that tend to be melee, like Devona, I imagine is part of, it. But this is a long-standing issue, where melee heroes, you'll spot this, and you'll have to take intentional action to counteract it, of melee heroes trying to go after a target, being body blocked, and then just standing there doing nothing and not contributing in any particular way. And this is clearly targeting that issue and meaning to try to address that, which I think is excellent news. We'll have to see how much of a difference this makes, but I hope it makes a good bit of one. Actually, let me adjust the size of my wiki window so that I can still see the chat while I am... Nobody's dropped in yet, but if somebody does, I want to be able to see their comments. So this sounds like it's going to be a huge change to try to improve the functionality of melee heroes, which is definitely welcome. Thirsty River. Melee heroes have long had issues where, like I said, you'll want them to try to attack something and they will get caught up in just I want to go to Isle of the Nameless, GTOB. But where they'll get caught up, and you can't get them to get to where you want them to go. Like they've decided, no, I'm not attacking that target. Instead, they're like, I'm just going to sitting by a lake. Okay. And so like if this successfully addresses that, or like does a great deal to address that, that's going to be huge for making melee heroes a lot better. I mean, they're still going to have challenges like having to actually get up to the enemy, whereas ranged doesn't. Having to catch enemies and stuff like that. But if we can begin to get, because melee attacks can be quite powerful, and if we can begin to address some of the issues that have hampered them, that would be fantastic. So, it also says that AoE damage tolerance is increased until hero health is lower, 65% instead of 80, before they attempt to escape those effects. So that just means that they'll spend longer standing in AoE, like damage over time, AoE, I assume, before they start scattering. There's pros and cons to this. The con is that they might finish off an enemy that they otherwise run away from, but the con is that they might die as a result of standing in AoE too long. But I don't think this is going to make a huge difference in terms of that, so it's probably overall better. It also says the priority for melee heroes is to use auto attack. To use auto attacks has been reduced until their energy levels are low. So that sounds like they're going to prioritize using their skills more, rather than just auto attacking. So we'll have to see what sort of impacts all of these make. But it seems like they're trying to make melee heroes a lot more effective, which is absolutely a welcome change. And then with pets, it says the pet's target selection logic has been adjusted so that their highest priority is their locked target. So if you have the pet UI up, which I obviously don't on this character at the moment, but if you have it up, there's the thing that allows you to be able to say, prioritize this target. And then if you call a target of their player, then that's it. And then they're whatever they were targeting to reduce target swapping. So the idea is that they're trying to get pets to change targets less frequently as well. If no priority targets are available, possible targets are chosen based on a variety of factors: proximity to their player, assisting their player, enemy type, etc. So it seems like if they are on a target, then they will try to stay on that target. So there's the initial target acquisition logic, and then the priorities will take place if they have no target that has priority. Then they will select a new target. There's also a bunch of AI skill adjustments. So these are not changing functionality, but changing how they're being used. So Vrada's Gaze says increased priority of using this skill on masterless minions. So I guess they will prioritize claiming minions that are unclaimed over breaking minion bonds, because Vrada's Gaze can do both. It also, and I thought this was really interesting, says remove sacrifice function call since this skill does not sacrifice health. Caster prioritizes the minion that has the highest health and skips minions that have low health. I think that's some really good stuff. Prioritizing high health minions are ones going to stick around longer. No reason to waste a skill on minions that are almost dead. Also, I think it's really interesting. I don't remember if Vrada's Gaze used to have a health sacrifice or not, because it's been so friggin' long since it would have if it did. But I think it's interesting that apparently it did have that, and so the AI was checking related to that when it in fact doesn't need to. Unyielding Aura PvE. So I'm not going to talk about PvP skill changes, by the way. I just don't have enough familiarity with PvP these days to be able to comment on that. But the Unyielding Aura one took me a while to figure out what it was trying to say. So it reads, checks when evaluating removal to give characters with lower priority, not healers, lower healing, prayers, divine favor attributes, a chance to remove the buff first to give character with high priority to keep the buff active a chance to keep it. This skill needs some additional work to ensure character with high priority to keep the skill doesn't. Don't remove it if lower priority characters remove it first. Players may be able to get deserved results by reordering heroes so that lower priority heroes are lower in the party list. Well, that's what I'm saying. PvP only skills is what I'm talking about. Forgives. Also, hello, welcome. So what I think the Unyielding Aura AI change is basically saying is it removing the effect is what does the resurrect. And so I think they're trying to have it be that the character with the least investment in healing attributes will remove it first, rather than the character with a higher investment. So in other words, if you're getting less benefit from having an unyielding aura on you, then you're more likely to use it as a resurrection effect, is the idea, as I understand it. Also, Critical Blood Pressure BIP is an absolutely fantastic guild name. They just won a battle in the Hall of Heroes, but I just saw that in the corner over here. So yeah, that sounds a little bit confusing. I'm not sure how else to kind of word it, though. It is a very confusing thing to say. But basically, if you're just bringing Unyielding Aura as a resurrect, you are more like, it is more likely that they're going to use that one to try to resurrect than a character that is also using it for the healing buff effect that it provides. Flail, the AI, will check to see if the skill is being used by characters using melee or ranged weapons, and if there is an active target in the relevant range, this stance is viable. When considering other stances to use, prioritize them if there is no longer target in weapon range. So it sounds like there might be some stance canceling logic involved in that, but I'm not entirely sure. This is notable because Flail can, for example, with the strength bow, I have to check the durations again, but with the strength bow, Flail might have a long enough duration that it's worth using on a bow, and obviously the self-snare that comes from Flail is not an issue when you have a ranged weapon, or it's much less of an issue. The other one is that I have frequently found myself enjoying Spear, and Spear got some notable buffs that we'll talk about later, but using Spear on Warrior is quite viable, in my opinion, and Flail is very good there because the stealth snare also doesn't matter as much. So I think this is saying if you're using that, they are more likely, or like they'll use Flail if there's a target in range, and that includes ranged weapons, like it's taking that into proper consideration. Judge's Insight says ensure target is using martial weapons, no caster weapons. That's generally positive. It'll keep monks from casting it on themselves and stuff like that. Brace yourself. Try to maintain this in combat on allies that have self-knockdown skills. I think this is really interesting, and it opens up some strategic usage where, because like there's if I grab some random warrior, I mean I meant to do that, but there's a few skills like Drunken Blow and Grapple that knock you down. Drunken Blow, Desperation Blow. If you have those skills on your bar, it sounds like and you have Brace Yourself on a hero, they will attempt to maintain Brace Yourself on you, so that way you can take advantage of it with those skills. Now, if I grab, I should have some random Paragon here. Sure, apparently need to do Warren or Hearts of the North. But if you look at Brace Yourself, yeah, this has a 4-second recharge, and they would be knocked down. All nearby foes take 71 damage instead. This could actually be extremely viable to have a Paragon with Brace Yourself and a Warrior with like Desperation Blow and Drunken Blow. And if they are consistently putting Brace Yourself on you, on like cooldown basically, then you could actually be getting some really nice damage output, AoE damage output out of that. So that's a very interesting potential team build combo that I hadn't really considered before. And so that's some interesting design space for a team build. So that's definitely worth making note of. Find their weakness, cast on allied targets that are using any martial weapon, no caster weapons. It does work if they have caster weapons, but it does want them to attack. An auto attack works, but so I don't think this is a huge point to this change because the effect applies regardless, but it's still beneficial. Signet Evolutions had some changes. We'll talk about those later, but it does have this AI adjustment that says take into account the number of non-illusion spells that they have equipped when deciding casting priority. The more non-illusion spells, the higher they prioritize using this signet. If they have no non-illusion skills currently on their bar, the signet should not be used. So basically, Signet Evolutions makes your skills, I don't know, we'll check it in a bit, use your illusion magic attribute instead of their normal attribute. And so this is just an adjustment that makes it So that way, their priority for actually using Sacred Illusions is based upon how likely they're actually to get benefit out of it, which makes a perfect sense. There's no reason to use it if you have no non-illusion magic skills on your bar. So, since it functionally does nothing. Anthem of Weariness and They're on Fire basically had the same adjustment of maintaining it outside of combat to maintain echoes. They're on Fire is notable. 10-second recharge is good enough to trigger a lot of echoes, refrains specifically, so refrain types like aggressive refrain. See, it's reapplied, so if they are using They're on Fire outside of combat, it will maintain. Anthem of Weariness is just another choice for doing that, which might have some benefits because it's not in leadership, so you can still get value out of it on a secondary, and that can help maintain, particularly Heroic Refrain. I think this is probably a change to help Heroic Refrain stay up. So, Destructive's Glaive. Prioritize when in combat, regardless of number of enemies in range. So, if this bundle is held and there are 2 more enemies in range, consider dropping the bundle. So, Destructive's Glaive, for those who maybe don't pay a lot of attention to the skill, doesn't hurt to kind of talk about it a little bit. Price, sure, we'll grab you. Okay, whatever. This is a bar and a half. Do I have any channeling magic up? No, of course not. That would be too easy. Okay, so Destructive's Glaive is just this right here. While you hold her ashes, all of your ritual skills have 20% armor penetration. When you drop them, it deals AoE damage. So, like, it makes sense to hold them in combat in order to be able to get that armor penetration from it. And so I think what this is just basically about is when in combat, actually use this. Like, actually use this skill to hold it in combat. Consider dropping this bundle only if there's enough enemies in range. Then you might drop it. Otherwise, just try to hold it. Which, I mean, makes sense. You don't want them to be necessarily running up to drop it, so you don't want them to over-prioritize dropping it. But you also want them to actually, like, hold it so that way they'll get the armor penetration, particularly for, like, Channeled Strike, for example. Finale of Restoration, that's motivation, which we will definitely be talking about. Oh my goodness. So whenever a chant or shout ends on target non-spirit ally, the ally is healed for some, and it says it prioritizes characters with lower health and doesn't cast again on characters that already have the buff because you don't need to. I don't know why it would have, but that seems like some good changes as well. So those are the AI updates. So changing how the AI systems utilize, like, function and utilize skills and things. I'm particularly excited to see how it feels to use melee heroes, given those adjustments, because it seems pretty significant. This skill got a buff. But let's just, so some of these I'm going to need to test. Some of them I definitely won't. By the way, they did make this properly scale up, so this actually has some duration, which is fantastic. This being Golden Skull Strike, for those who might just be listening. It inflicts dazed if you are under the effects of an enchantment. And they increase the duration from like 5 seconds to scaling upwards with your attributes. So at 12 dagger mastery, it's 10-second duration, which is pretty nice. So Beguiling Haze had its energy cost, that's Shadow Arts, its energy cost reduced from 15 to 10, which I think is a really nice change. I do like this skill quite a bit. Assassin tends to be fairly flexible in terms of what elite you use, just because there's no elite skill that absolutely demands usage. Unlike a lot of other builds, most of the core of what makes an assassin work are non-elites, so that flexibility is really nice. In this case, Beguiling Haze was a skill that I liked, but 15 energy was a lot and made it difficult to pull off a dagger chain immediately after using it. It's definitely still, like, it's worth a lot of energy because the daze is really strong. Shadow stepping to target, instantly dazing them is very strong for shutting down casters and allowing you to be able to take them out. So it's very effective. And so, also congratulations to Jesper Crow on getting the Legendary Defender of Ascalon title. So getting, like, making this easier to pull off is really nice. I basically felt like before you absolutely had to be running Radiant Armor if you were going to use Beguiling Haze. Just so that way you could guarantee that you'd have the energy to actually pull off your Dagger Chain. This drop down to 10 energy makes it a lot more reasonable to actually do that without having to have Radiant Insignia. So I definitely appreciate this change, and I think it is a good one. Black Spider Strike is right here. They dropped the recharge on this from 12 to 8. So this is an offhand attack. It must strike a hexed foe. If it hits, it deals some additional damage and poisons the target. It's 10 energy, but it allows you to skip a lead attack, which is what's really notable about it. So it works really nicely in certain builds. The drop to 8-second recharge is nice because it lets you use it more frequently. It still is going to struggle to overcome like the recharge time on like comparisons with some of the like more typical dagger chains and stuff like that. But you know, it's a welcome change. It's a welcome improvement. Falling Lotus Strike. This one I've liked quite a bit. So this one they reduced to an 8-second recharge. This gains you as well. So it went from 12 to 8. This gains you some energy when it hits. It also is now in line with Falling Spider, which was also an 8-second recharge previously. So having those lined up just feels good to me. I quite like Falling Lotus Strike. It's a great way of managing your energy as an assassin. And it works super well with... why am I forgetting the name of it? Brawling Headbutt? Yeah, it is Brawling Headbutt. Okay, I was just doubting myself. But it works super well with Brawling Headbutt, and this will make it easier to actually use with that as well, just from a timing of a recharge standpoint. So I really, really appreciate that change. And it makes it easier to work it into combos and stuff where you want the energy management. So I welcome that. Jagged Strike had its recharge up from 1 second to 2 seconds. This is so small it doesn't matter. So I don't know why they made that change. Technically speaking, it does mean that it's maybe slightly harder to like do some weird shenanigans. I don't know. Like, it's just such a short recharge regardless. I don't know why they bothered, but my best guess is maybe it keeps so Deadly Arts had a very notable buff that we'll get to in Way of the Empty Palm. This can get up to 50% reduction in cooldown. Having Jagged Strike at 2 seconds is not affected by this because this only affects your offhand and dual attacks. So it's possible that making this 2 seconds was necessary because Fox Fang... So the typical dagger chain, right, is Jagged Strike, Fox Fang's Death Blossom. And Jagged Strike at 2 seconds means that this remains at 2 seconds. Otherwise, this 3 seconds goes to 1.5 seconds. So it's possible... Hey, Mr. Jack. Hey, Mana Guy. Good to see you. See you both in here. So it's possible that what they found in their testing... I still don't think the timing quite lands up for that to be an issue just from how long it takes to perform the attack animations. But maybe that was going just slightly too quickly with those recharges being reduced by Way of the Empty Palm to where they felt that they did need to make sure that the 1 second and half second were gated by a 2 second cooldown on Jagged Strike. That's the best guess that I have for that. It's kind of interesting. I don't think it really affects anything, though. Jungle Strike. Where is Jungle Strike? Right here, I guess. They reduced the recharge on this from 10 to 6. And they also got rid of a plus symbol in the attack speed for the conditional damage. Oh, yeah. If it hits a foe that was crippled, that foe and all adjacent foes take 25 damage. Yeah, that removing the plus there was, or there's a plus sign in front of that. That was misleading, because it wouldn't deal a plus damage to the adjacent foes. It was just that amount of damage. Frankly, that cooldown drop is huge for this skill. It makes it work a lot better. In particular, it brings it in line with Black Mantis Thrust, which inflicts crippled if they're suffering from a hex. which makes it just so much easier to like make your combo not feel clunky. So absolutely welcome that change. It's a good one. There's also Leaping Mantis Sting, which still has an 8-second recharge, but at least you won't be gated on that one anymore. Locust Fury. Some of these I'll actually need to go test, but not these ones. Locust Fury. This one, all they did was change the activation time from 1 second to half second, which makes this a little bit easier to use. I don't have a whole lot to say about it. Locust Fury is a skill that I don't tend to use on conventional bars, but I like it a lot if you are trying to set up an auto attacking bar with attunements, where you're because this gets a lot of hits in. So this works really well if you have some adrenal skills or some attunements or something where you want to get a lot of auto attacks in. So that certainly is nice. Makes it easier to use. Mark of Insecurity. So this one, they changed. Yeah, they reduced the enchantment and stance expiration rate. I'm guessing there's some PvP reason for this. This skill is not a super good PvE one in general, so I'm guessing this is more of a PvP player. And so I can't really comment on that just because I'm guessing it was just a little too easy or something with some, because they previously updated this skill some, and so I'm guessing it was potentially having some PvP impact, but I don't really know. I don't know why else it would have gotten nerfed, so that's kind of my best guess. It's just that it was causing some problems in PvP, so they weakened it a bit. I mean, it still is useful, so. Or, like, pressuring a target, but. Seeping Wound is right here. They reduced the energy cost on this from 15 to 10, and the recharge from 12 to 10, which makes this easier to use. You can see, like, I have 13 critical strikes, and it still is only 6-second duration. But it snares the target, and it's half range. They take damage while suffering from a condition. So this is a nice pressure option. It certainly is a lot easier to use at that energy cost, so I certainly welcome the buff. I don't know that it makes me a ton more likely to use it, but I certainly welcome the buff. Yeah, that brings us to Way of the Empty Palm, which I mentioned earlier. This one is huge. I'm actually going to... So it won't affect that, which is interesting. So you're absolutely gated, like, off of your lead attack. People were talking about... it's a skill, so it's offhand and dual attacks. That you can just kind of bring this along. And it opens up some other options. Now, one of the things about... I'm just going to put some dual attacks on here. Go to the Isle of the Nameless and see how this feels. So some of the things I'm thinking about is... like, this skill is quite good from an energy management standpoint. You definitely need enough deadly arts for maintaining it, but that reduced recharge definitely makes some of these longer recharging dual attacks feel a lot more viable. It's notably, like, see how much faster Twisting Fangs is recharging? Like, it still takes a while because it has a 15-second cooldown, but anything that lets you mess with cooldown rates is... Yeah, that's definitely going to be... like, I already liked it as a reasonable energy management option, but this really helps open up more dagger combo chains, just because the fact that you're gated on the lead attack, and that's probably a little bit why they upped Jagged Strike's recharge a little bit as well. That's just going to help more skills feel better to use with dagger, and less like you absolutely have to just use Death Blossom. I think they decrease the duration, so that way maintaining it requires some reasonable investment. So, like, let's do this. So you need at least 8 to be able to maintain it, which is certainly reasonable to use. Oh, I guess you need at least 7 to maintain it. So that's not bad. 6 doesn't. Yeah. What is it at? Like 1 at 6 seconds? I think they decreased the duration just to, also welcome, just in order to encourage a higher investment in deadly arts to make maintaining it easier, or like to make maintaining it more difficult, so you need a higher investment. Like with an enchanting suffix, you can get away with slightly less investment. Obviously you get less of the recharge bonus as well, but I suspect it's to kind of compensate for the increased desirability. And to make it so that way you have to apply it more frequently, which also taking the time to apply it slows you down slightly as well. That's kind of my best guess for why they did that. Let's see, Way of the Fox. I think that's what attribute is Way of the Fox. I never use it, so it's probably Shadow Arts. Yeah, no, that's Way of the Lotus. Here's Way of the Fox. So what they did with this one is they reduced the recharge time from 45 seconds to 30. With some reasonable investment in this, you get a decent duration. So if I pull this up again, Way of the Fox right here. 2, 3, 4 attacks at 8. 5 attacks at 11. So 8 is definitely reasonable. This is not like my favorite skill, but it certainly makes it a lot more appealing as a way of making stuff unblockable. You're thinking about how they thought about PvP, but I don't think it would see serious play without duration decreased. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, I just don't have much of a handle on what the PvP metagame looks like, so I can't really comment on PvP aspects of these skill changes. I'm not sure, like, so this is probably not something that's going to make this, like, it makes the skill significantly more viable. What's actually really interesting to consider is that this is a skill that you can use, because it's in Shadow Arts, you can use it on secondaries. Like, so on a primary assassin, if I'm going to be dealing with blocking, like obviously a Surin Scan in PvE allows you to be able to get around blocking. A Surin Scan is a stupid skill, but it does allow you to get around all of the stuff that makes it hard to get in. So this is maybe a skill that you're more interested in using on heroes than it is on yourself. Just because the Surin Scan always works. But even then, like most of the time when I'm dealing with blocking, that's true, because it will affect your auto attacks as well. Although, like, to be fair, I could see using this on a Whirling Axe warrior to allow you to build up enough adrenaline to use Whirling Axe to break a stance. Of course, you can always just bring Wild Blow. Like, the thing is, on Dagger, a lot of the times what the blocking that I need to deal with is going to be something where it's a stance where I'm using a Wild Strike to get rid of it, or I'm going to want to bring enchantment removal on my party somewhere. So this skill feels like it's a PvP skill for ensuring your spike goes through, and not a PvE skill. So it's I mean, it's a buff, but and a pretty dramatic one, cutting the recharge by a third, but not something that has a huge effect on me or the way that I play. Okay, Dervish. So a lot of this seems to be nerfs. I'm guessing there's some PvP stuff going on with a lot of this. So fleeting stability is kind of the first one that they made a change to in this list alphabetically. Is that Earth? Yeah. So what they did here is they increased the recharge from 10 seconds to 15 seconds and increased the effect duration to kind of compensate. I mean, I think I don't have a whole lot to say about it, to be honest. Proportionately, that's still... What I'm thinking about is what the proportional, like, percentage duration. Why do I have a mysticism hat on? Okay, well, that mystery is addressed. I'm going to talk about wind prayers momentarily, but no, I want big in heightening. Okay, so it's 4 seconds there. Becomes 5 very quickly. 7 for 7 seconds. Something about that amuses me. 8 seconds. Yeah, so that would be an 8 attribute investment to get up to 9. Which, like, is pretty reasonable. Before, it wouldn't have been able to get up that high. Okay, so 8 seconds of a 9 attribute investment, which is perfectly reasonable. I don't know, it seems like it might be a little bit easier to use. So they buffed the duration but nerfed the recharge on fleeting stability. So I think the idea is that you get the knockdown protection less frequently. I'm not sure how it changes the uptime percentage. It is a bit of a nerf to the skill overall. I think that's to try to reduce how much dervishes can avoid knockdown. And I think this is probably targeted towards PvP stuff, if I had to guess. My understanding from what little awareness of PvP that I have is that dervishes have been overperforming. And so they're probably trying to tone that down. And part of that, like, one of the ways that you can control the battlefield in PvP is through knockdowns. And so being able to avoid knockdowns on a move speed buff is quite strong. So that's my guess of what they're targeting with that. Pious Assault, though, this one I'm a little surprised by. Pious Assault, they buffed the teardown damage. So, I mean, I certainly welcome that. Yeah, knockdown is strong. So I think, like, when we get down to Gust, my understanding is that one was quite popular in PvP as well. So I think this was a combination of, like, addressing some overused skills that were particularly powerful in metagame focal points. Like, the metagame is always going to be based around certain skills. Like, that's kind of unavoidable. You can't, like, if a skill is too popular, like, you can keep nerfing stuff and change the rotation, but something's always going to be settled on. But what my best guess here is that they were wanting to adjust stuff with fleeting stability. I appreciate the buff to Pious Assault. They increased the damage a bit from 10 to 30 to 15 to 40, which is not a huge increase, but it definitely is nice. That said, I feel like teardown strategies with Pious Renewal are already, like, a mainstay for me as Dervish. So they might be trying to emphasize teardown in PvP more, I'm not sure, rather than maintaining enchantments. So I don't know, but I certainly welcome the buff. Mirage Cloak, also an Earth. Yeah. So Mirage Cloak, they nerfed the recharge and the block percentage. Probably because it was being too effective. I don't know. I don't have strong feelings about it. Honestly, when I first saw this change, my first thought was, "Oh, good, a nerf to Madness Titans." Um, uh, so this, like, I think it's still a perfectly viable skill. I don't think they nerfed it so hard that it's not. Like, 52% chance to block. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I don't. It feels like, again, they're trying to address Dervish durability, and nerfing this skill was a way of doing that. So, yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say about it. It definitely, like, again, my first thought is Madness Titans will be a little less bad. Because they won't be able to spam Mirage Cloak as frequently, and it won't block as well when they do use it. Yeah. Mystic Regeneration. This one was quite notable. They increased the energy costs from 10 to 15. Which, like, this is such a strong durability effect. That I don't know that I have to, like, it seems like a reasonable thing to nerf just because it's so good for durability. I don't know. The thing is, like, when I think of this, I think of using it on elementalist based farming builds, where the energy cost increase, I'm not sure how much you have to compensate for that or not. Let's see. In 16 seconds at 4 pips of energy regen, it would take, like, how much energy would you naturally regenerate in that time frame? So that's going to be 16 and a third more. So roughly like 20 odd energy regenerated in that time. So that's definitely going to use most of your energy. The other thing too is mysticism cuts the cost, so this is probably compensating some for that. This is definitely something that's being targeted at dervish durability though. So I don't tend to use this skill a whole lot in just normal play. So I need to see how it affects things like elementalist farming. Yeah, so it, like, I'm guessing the skill is still perfectly fine because it was absurdly powerful before. Now that brings us to Wind Prayers, it looks like. So Mystic Twister gets a quicker activation time. That's definitely nice. I appreciate it. It makes it easier to get the damage out on this. I don't know. I don't have a whole lot to say. It's not like a substantial enough change that it dramatically changes my feeling about the skill, but it is nice to have this be a little bit easier to pull off. And hit, and in particular, it makes it a little bit easier to hit with because it means there's less time for enemies to potentially run away from you while you're standing still casting it. But that wasn't really a concern before anyway. I mean, nearby is a pretty big area of effect range, so yeah, no recharge on this would be insane. But they just dropped it to half-second activation time. I think you might be right, Mr. Jack, because it's been used on some attack skills, but I'm not sure if it's been used on spells before. I know they've had 1.5. Probably the most notable change right here to me is Running Aura being increased from a 6-second recharge to 10 seconds. This just makes Teardown worse. And in particular, it makes non-Pious Renewal based Teardown worse. Because Pious Renewal obviously recharges itself when it ends, which like makes it so good as a skill to cast into. Why am I? Is it Diversion? Why am I blanking on that Mesmer? Do I have it on this character? I know the skill that I'm thinking of. Yeah, it is Diversion. I keep. Yeah, I think it's probably a PvP. It is probably a PvP related nerf. So like, it does some AoE damage. We don't really care that much about it, but it does matter. From a PvE standpoint, like part of the challenge when you're trying to make a teardown build is you need your teardown enchantments to tear down, and so you kind of are concerned about what your recharges are on your enchantments. And a lot of the Dervish enchantments have a 10-second recharge, so that's pretty standard. I'm just glancing through Wind Prayers. I think all of them are at 10-second recharges now. I think most of them under, like, Balthazar's Furious, Art of Holy Flame, Mystic Corruption, which I never use, but technically it exists. Let's see, that's 10 seconds. Conviction is 10 seconds, but that's not run. A lot of Earth Prayers you don't want to be tearing down. Okay, Staggering Force is still 6 seconds. Is that the only one? The thing is, these recharge times really matter for, like, Wounding Strike with this 3-second recharge. Yeah, it could have been split. Splitting skills is probably a little bit tricky because it's literally a new... It's like duplicating the skill, and then they have to create some sort of link between it in PvE and PvP. I'm not sure how difficult that is to do on the back end from a database standpoint, but it's basically making a new skill in terms of an entry. Yeah. And I'm not sure how challenging doing some of that splitting is. In general, I would prefer fewer skill splits, just as a general principle. But like I understand the need for it. It's just like it definitely is like some skills getting hit. But like so like having fewer 6-second recharges or like shorter recharging enchantments just makes all of the like most dervish elites care about tearing down in some form or fashion. Like I think whenever you lose a dervish enchantment, yeah, whenever you lose a dervish enchantment, all of these are teardown skills. Both Scythe elites are teardown skills. This technically is a teardown adjacent skill. Oh no, this is when you cast an enchantment spell. Or when you cast a spell. So this one's not teardown, this one's not teardown, that's not teardown. That's feels teardown. So like there's basically my point is a lot of the dervish elites care about tearing down, and that makes it harder to use teardown skills that like elite teardown skills, because Pious Renewal is just so good. It further increases pressure towards Pious Renewal builds. So like I understand why they would kind of do this. Probably so for 30 seconds your attack skills removed enchantments from knockdown foes is a heck of a lot better in PvP than it is in PvE, like by miles. And so like it's probably in part that effect. It was just too easy to keep that up. They could have had it end when you remove one enchantment potentially instead of nerfing the cooldown, because it further makes it difficult to want to like use dervish elites outside of Pious Renewal. Like this is probably one of the biggest things that I'd like them. So if we're talking about like class challenges or whatever, one of the biggest things that they need to address on dervish in PvE is that too many dervish skills feel centered around teardown, to the point where it's very difficult to run a build that doesn't require you to engage in that mechanic, and that funnels you through very specific skills in order to be able to try to do that. And running Aura You wonder what percentage of derv skills are teardown related compared to stuff you want to maintain. Yeah, I'm not sure quite what the percentage is. So like I would have to go through all the dervish skills and do an evaluation of that, which is maybe outside the scope of what I'm doing here. So there's some like chilling victory and crippling sweep that don't care. Let's see, Armides cares. Irresistible sweep cares. This actually wants you to be enchanted, but like the problem is, it feels like teardown tends to be where a lot of stuff gets centered, and a lot of the stronger skills seem to be teardown oriented. I'd say it feels like 50-50 or like 40%. Yeah. So running aura is just an effect that stays on you. For 30 seconds, your attack skills remove enchantments from knockdown foes. Cold stop. So yeah, you can, if somebody's not getting knocked down in PvP, you can just keep stripping enchantments from them with your attack skills. So a goodly number, 30 to 40% probably is my guess of Scythe mastery skills. The problem is, like, yeah, so that's probably why they nerfed it for PvP, is my guess. Because it was just too easy. Like, foe gets knocked down. And the thing is, too, like, you can use this on an assassin. Like, it's maybe a little expensive, but so they just made it easier to strip this particular enchantment. But like, imagine you're on an assassin, you knock somebody down, and then you do a dagger chain combo on them. Like, Jagged Strike and a Fox Fangs could potentially remove 2 enchantments from somebody if you knocked them down first. So like, it's a really potent anti-enchantment option that you can kind of fit in, regardless of your profession. You could also use this on like a ranger with ranger attack skills. Yeah, you can still do that. It's just the recharge from it probably is something about teardown. If I had to guess, it's probably trying to address something about teardown in PvP rather than the anti-enchantment effect, now that I'm talking about it a bit more. But like, I don't know. I don't 100% know why they did the change, but I definitely feel like Dervish needs to have something addressed, because like the problem is so much funnels through Pious Renewal that you kind of want a non-elite version of Pious Renewal to open up your elite slot. I don't know. It would be an interesting evaluation on Dervish to kind of go through all the skills and be like, this one cares about being enchanted, this one wants you to remove an enchantment. Let's see. But yeah, it definitely hurts teardown to have running aura increase from 6-second recharge to 10-second recharge. Signet of Pious Restraint. So this skill was just affected in PvP. I note it here that they changed the recharge bonus from 75% to 50%, so it's less spammable. Dervish does have a lot of neat elites. It's just, in particular, I hate the fact that both Scythe elites are teardown skills, and I really wish one of them wasn't. Because like, it makes it hard to want to use an elite skill on an elite Scythe attack on non-dervishes. Also on secondary Scythe. Which I think is a unfortunate design decision. Yeah, originally, I don't know about Wounding Strike or Reaper Sweep originally, but I would have to check the skill history logs on those. I don't think they both were at one point in time, but they made them both that way. The fact that Reaper Sweep basically is horrendous if you don't do a teardown, and then it's kind of a Earthshaker, is like, I wish the delta between teardown and this wasn't so vast. Like, Wounding Strike does still deal reasonable plus damage and bleeding even without teardown. Teardown just adds deep wounds to it, which is good. But Reaper Sweep, like, 7 adrenaline to cripple them is deeply underwhelming. So Irish Reaper Sweep was... Reaper Sweep I would want to change pretty dramatically to feel better. And I would honestly... Honestly, what I'd probably do with Reaper Sweep is... like, you could leave the cripple thing, but I'd have it deal plus damage for each enchantment on you, capping out at a certain amount. And then if you have above a certain number of enchantments on you, that's maybe when it does the knockdown or something like that. Just in order to be able to make it more interesting and provide a different play pattern. I feel like too many Dervish play patterns try to funnel you into Teardown. It's a little bit like the Overcast stuff with Elementalist. The other one was Whirling Charge. Whirling Charge, they decrease the energy cost from 10 to 5, which makes it a lot easier to use, especially on non-primaries, which is a super welcome change. They did increase the recharge from 6 to 10, and they decreased the damage as well a little bit, but not a whole lot. So this is another one where they nerfed the recharge. I don't know. I feel like for non-dervishes, this is kind of a buff. For dervishes, it's a nerf, which is kind of an interesting spot to be in. I still think this is a perfectly usable skill. So they didn't hit it so hard that I wouldn't use it or anything. But it does make it a little bit worse. This one is not as good with Teardown, just because it ends itself when you hit. But it also triggers stuff that cares about you losing a dervish enchantment, which meant that it worked really well with the avatars. So it definitely hurts the avatars a little bit. Your mileage may vary on how much you care about that. Elementalist is next. Where is Serenia? Oh, good. We're already in GTOB. That's right. I was testing out Scavenger's focus functionality with Mark of Rodgort. They work just fine together, but yeah. This is certainly an interesting looking bar, isn't it? How do you feel? How do you feel seeing this, Mr. Jack? Okay. Grinning like an idiot over here. So Ash Blast. That's an earth magic. Oh hey, birthday thing. It must be in my equipment. Thank you. So Ash Blast, they reduced the recharge on this from 15 to 10. That makes it a lot more appealing, I'll be honest. You know, that actually is a strong enough change that it makes me like consider using this spell. Also, something I note. It's gonna work a lot better if I put it on my bar. How's it at 10? 57% chance. That honestly feels pretty usable at like 10 to 12 earth magic. I probably want, because what I'm looking at is like, you know, what is the mischance? Obviously, it needs to be burning foes. But with only a 5 energy cost, it's not bad in terms of energy. And like this damage, even at 8 earth magic, is like nothing to write home about, but it's fine. And if I can like do this every 10 seconds, that actually has a lot of appeal. I think this is a really positive change for this spell. So I think it looks appealing even at like lower attribute investments. Because it's not unreasonable to be putting this at 11 with like elemental attunement. And Master of Magic, putting it at 14. Well, so what I'm comparing it to is blurred vision, right? So it's like a blurred vision that deals damage but requires the foe to be burning and maybe has a shorter duration, but um I I feel like this is definitely a lot more usable. Also, okay, we need to test something. Let's just do this. Cares about these. I definitely don't need wilderness survival. I just did that to get all my wilderness survival out instantly. Okay, I need to test it with elemental flame because I don't actually know how this works. Okay, it doesn't. That's the answer. That's unfortunate. If it could trigger elemental flame, that would be amazing. So like, but the fact is it only applies the hex if they're already burning. So unfortunately, like if you can get them to be on fire first, and I imagine elemental flame could maintain that. None of these guys can burn anything, right? Probably not. Hang on. But like, yeah, it'll work with glyph of immolation. Yeah, that makes sense as an option. So then that would allow me to be able to maintain. Yeah. No, I figured that out myself, but yeah. This would trigger elemental flame. The problem is that the burning from elemental flame runs out before this finishes recharging. So like it's going to be a slightly longer burn because of elemental flame, but it definitely like looks way more appealing though to use with a 10-second recharge than it did with 15. Yeah, enchantment strips are way too prevalent. Honestly, Chillblains needs a nerf. Strip enchantment and Chillblains are both too good at removing enchantments in PvE. But that's another. The real problem is that enemies have the same bar in PvE. So you'll run into mobs of Jade Scarabs, and there's like 8 of them, and they all have Chillblains, and they instantly strip every single enchantment on your party, and then you try to get up. So it's like, that's the real problem. Double Dragon. So this one... let's put my Fire Magic hat back on. So Double Dragon got a huge buff. They decreased the recharge from 20 to 15. Increase the damage per second to 10 to 40. So you can see at 42 at 16. Yeah, complicate them. Yeah, it is definitely EA dagger spam buff. And increases on fire duration from 0 to 3 to 1 to 4. This is a huge buff to this skill, and it makes it a heck of a lot more appealing. Yeah. Like, the other thing too is this this could be kind of nice to just chuck on a pet. Like I don't think they can trigger the set on fire because pets don't use skills. But just having a pet chase somebody down and burning everything around them is kind of funny. That's true. The bear uses a skill. Yeah, honestly, the biggest, like, when I look at the, we'll talk about them later, but the Mesmer nerfs, or we'll talk about them fairly soon, actually. Mesmer nerfs versus Elementalist stuff. It's just like, what you fundamentally run into is PvE mobs are not well balanced. Like, I think having a mix of low health enemies with high armor and high health enemies with low armor would do a lot to change up what sort of things are good in those areas. But the fact that armor increasing, like, if they wanted to nerf Energy Surge, an alternative way of doing it would have been just to make it deal like lightning damage. Like, if Energy Burn dealt fire damage and Lightning Surge dealt or an Energy Surge dealt like lightning damage, it would instantly nerf them both horrendously. Because suddenly they'd be caring about armor. And that's legitimately a change that I would have considered making as a way to address their power level. But we'll be checking them out. We'll definitely be spending probably more time on Mesmer than some of these other ones. Just because I need to kind of get a feel for it more. Yeah, it's all nearby foes. Yeah, so Fireball got a huge buff going to nearby. This is super welcome. The Double Dragon buff is really cool, by the way. It's something to definitely try out. Yeah, melee hero works fine too, especially with buff to them. Like, this feels like it's something that's absolutely worth trying out in a party with melee heroes now. And just seeing, like, honestly, like, making an assassin that uses Double Dragon. Because these changes make, like, 10 fire magic. That looks pretty solid still. So, like, having this on an assassin hero could be sweet. Yeah. Like, Fireball being adjacent just really harmed it a lot. Meteor being nearby would be gross. The other thing, though, is now the Hydras in the Crystal Desert are even more dangerous. Yeah. Because, like, Fireball's always had, like, a solid damage value. It's just the AoE was what was holding it back. Yeah, because Rodgort's is, like, a little bit more damage, but so much more energy. So we can actually go... Let's grab Meteor and... this is... Give me a second to chuck a thing together. Let's see. Let's target nearby foes. So this is also nearby range. This one is... So, like, Liquid Flame is also nearby. This is actually a secret nerf to Liquid Flame. Like, it's a huge nerf to that one. Where's Flare? Flare. And, I don't know, just for amusement's sake. So, like, if I go... I am so shocked that they did not with... this is a Guild Wars 2 thing, but I'm so shocked that with Janthier Wilds they did not give us these Mersat weapon skins. Like, how cool are these? And they're not, as far as I know, in Guild Wars 2, and it seemed like they would give us them in there. Or, like, that's what I was expecting, but they didn't. So here we can see... here's our practice target, right? And the first ring is the adjacent ring. Alright, this is also adjacent, right? So this is adjacent to foe, and then this is adjacent. So if I do things in the wrong order... So if I drop a meteor on here, it's going to hit those ones. Here's nearby, here's in the area. So if I Rodgort's that target, it should hit all the way those guys, right? Uh, and that's the same sort of target range you get off of this. So before, like, Flare, it'll hit those ones, right? Which is still pretty good. Please reanimate now. I'll just do these while I wait for these targets to get back up. Come on, you can do it. I need you for demonstration purposes. Help. I dealt too much damage. I know these guys get back up eventually. How long do they take? Yeah, Fireball is a projectile, which is definitely a weakness for it. But look at how much bigger of an area that is, hitting all the way out to here. It definitely matters. Yeah. The difference between that and that is just, it's crazy. So, like, people would run Liquid Flame over Fireball because of the area of effect. And, like, also the fact that's not a projectile, but it definitely feels like it's going to make Fireball feel a lot better. Because that's just a much, much bigger AoE, so. The other thing, too, like, it's going to be harder for it to kind of, like, miss. Because I think it'll still deal AoE based upon where it hit, right? Even if they're moving and stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. It's going to make it a lot more reliable to actually deal damage. It's going to deal damage to bigger foes. Like, this is a really substantial buff to Fireball. Yes. Yeah, I forget exactly when you get Fireball. When do you get Fireball? So you can get it in Caravan and Travel in Eastern Frontier, so that's from Prophecies. Early on. Yeah, it's Ascalon. It's like, that's a huge, huge improvement. Rodgorts. I forget where you get Rodgorts. I could look it up, but I don't feel like doing that right now. Fireball is easy because I just had the link here. But I don't want to have to navigate around wiki pages. But yeah, so Fireball is... Rodgorts is definitely late. I don't think Marhan's Grotto has a skill trainer. But yeah, the AoE on Fireball is a huge improvement. Gust. So Gust, all they did was nerf it. So they increased the recharge from 10 to 15 seconds, which kind of brings it in. It feels like they're trying to bring. So there's I don't. Yeah, there's a cycle of elites, or they made it a cycle of elites that have similar sorts of things. Stone Sheath, Double Dragon. Is it Mirror of Ice? Yes. Mirror of Ice and Gust are basically a cycle of elites. They've now brought all of their recharges. Yeah. I know Gust was a PvP nerf. No, it's not, unfortunately. But this means all of them now have 15-second recharges instead of Gust being 10-second recharge and Double Dragon being 20-second recharge. So I think they're kind of trying to bring this cycle more in line with each other. But yeah, so they decreased the area of effect size on Gust and increased its recharge, which is definitely a nerf to it. I don't think it's such a nerf that I would not use it. Like, keep in mind, this also is a 33% faster speed buff to you and a target other ally, which is pretty hefty. Along with... I would actually sometimes use it on, like, a Dervish or an Assassin. But it's definitely, like, you're doing a niche sort of thing build. You could use it on a Warrior as well. But it's... PvP, it was used a ton. When you cast a spell, all foes adjacent to you and your target takes some cold damage, and foes struck by Gust while attacking or moving are knocked down. I mean, I can test that really quickly. Hey, look, it's the same in the guild hall. Gust is not split. You can absolutely use it in PvE. It's just it was PvP where it was particularly brutal. I think it's still viable, but it's just less absurd in those situations. Kinetic armor got some buffs. Its duration was increased from 8 seconds to 12, which is going to make it a little bit easier to maintain. And the recharge is dropped to 30 seconds from 60, which makes it less punishing when it gets stripped or gets dropped. Yeah, kinetic armor is very easy to end up getting stripped because it's always on top. Like in zones where there aren't enchantment strips, it can be quite powerful, and it works really well on Pious Renewal dervishes as well because you are constantly casting Pious Renewal, and that this change, ironically enough, allows you to perma maintain kinetic armor with Pious Renewal out of combat, which is kind of nice. Oh yeah, it is a buff on the dungeon boss and pre-searing. It's definitely a buff for the skill overall, though. I don't know why they did this to Lightning Strike. I'm guessing it's a PvP related reason. But Lightning Strike got a damage nerf. They dropped its damage down a good bit. They're good to have it last 60 or 90 seconds, but add a clause. Ends if you don't cast a spell for 8 seconds. And it stays in its place in the stack, but otherwise it works the same. Yeah, I guess. And I can see where you're getting at, Mr. Jack, but like I think like kinetic armor is such a strong defensive buff in terms of the amount of armor it can give you. Like this is one investment, it's already 24 armor. So it gives you such a huge amount of armor. I think it being a little bit more vulnerable to enchantment removal makes theoretical sense. The problem that you're running into is that you can't cover enchantment it. Well, and that the problem is Chillblains is the most powerful enchantment removal spell in the game, arguably, because it hits on a massive area of effect. An absolutely massive one. And like we were looking at those things earlier, right? In the area is the largest AoE. And so like it hits an absolutely enormous area, and it can remove 2 enchantments, and it has an only 8-second recharge. Yeah, it's true. So like that just means you can't use kinetic armor in certain areas in PvE. And like again, this game has really good core design, but it's PV, like the overall design of like the areas and stuff isn't great. And like part of the problem is enemies have like the same enemy has the same skill bar, and so you end up with a lot of overloading of various effects. I've probably done some. Let me actually I don't look at these very often, but yeah, I use kinetic armor on this farming bar. I think I farmed plants with it. I dropped it for this one. And I had some other variants, I guess. But I think I farmed plants with this one. Do I have... Not all of these bars are good. Also, why is this RI instead of RT? I could not tell you. Like, it's definitely more of a niche sort of skill. but I could see it working pretty well as well on a farming bar on like a dervish that uses pious renewal and can heal itself with twin moon sweep and stuff. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's the Elementalist has a lot of challenges, and I think it's fine if some skills are just bad in certain areas in PvE. It's just how it's going to be. But like the lightning strike nerf is really frustrating because, like I can understand it's probably necessary from a PvP standpoint. But in PvE, air magic is like this is your like standard air magic damage dealing spell, and they basically just knocked 10 damage off of it roughly. On both ends, so it's like 20 damage knocked off. And it's like Elementalist is already kind of struggling a little bit in high-end PvE areas because of enemy armor, or like late game areas against like destroyers and stuff. And having this nerf does not help. So I'm not thrilled about that. Lightning Surge also, they increased the energy cost from 10 to 15. And I'm not thrilled about that change either. Like, this is an okay skill. The biggest thing with Lightning Surge is that it was a really nice spike with Lightning Orb, where you'd use Lightning Surge and then immediately cast Lightning Orb, and the way all that timing works out, they tended to hit at the same time for a massive, like, 200 some odd damage spike, which was really cool. Probably was really powerful in PvP, I don't know. I don't really, again, know what the PvP meta was like. Yeah, so I don't really know what was going on with that. The thing is, like, Elementalist problems extend beyond. It's the design of the game in terms of the damage formula and the way enemies were designed. Those are the Elementalist's biggest problems, not their skills per se. So it's a little bit of a trickier thing to kind of like talk about, because like there's only so much you can do to the skills, and you can't address the fundamental flaw of enemies with high armor decimate Elementalist damage without addressing high armored enemies. Like, that's just it is the design problems that Elementalists have are to some extent centered in other game mechanics than their skills being like strong or weak. So yeah, I don't feel like this was necessary. I don't know what exactly the context was, so I feel like this was probably something done for reasons that I don't quite understand. Honestly, like, so one of the big things that you run into, like, we're familiar with like factions bosses or late game elementalists in general just being absolutely terrifying, and that's in part because of the way that the damage formula works. For spellcasters, your spell damage is based upon your level. And so having a higher level is akin to armor penetration, in a way, because like, so when you find an enemy that's like level 28, they have, yeah, attunements are also a bit clunky, and it's like the whole design of Elementalist. I agree, man. Like the whole design of Elementalist is a little bit bizarre in the first place, but like, and there's a lot of different things I could talk about it. Like, the class is definitely troubled, in my opinion. Not that you can't have fun with it, not that you can't do viable things with it, but it's troubled in the sense that the overcast mechanic causes some problems. Attunements, like, it wants you to be in a single attribute, and trying to split across attributes is not something that works super well with it. And ArenaNet keeps wanting players to do that, but the core design of Elementalist doesn't support it, because you want to maximize your damage by investing into a single attribute as much as possible, and you need attunements to manage your energy. And if Elementalist was redesigned so that the attunements weren't energy management, but they gave you some other benefit for specializing in that element, and then energy costs across the board were lowered, or energy storage was adjusted to give you like base energy regen or something, something that could manage your energy, because right now all energy storage does is it serves as a buffer for overcast. And like the skills that want you to be overcast, like that further like fractures what you can do within an attribute, and it's just not great. So the whole design of Elementalist, I think, needs to be reconsidered. I don't think that means you need to make huge adjustments necessarily, but you need to change the philosophy in which you're approaching it. But it's like the problem with Mesmers in PvE is Mesmer enemies will get 20 fast casting, and then their skills recharge in like 4 seconds instead of 10, and it's absolutely abysmal. So like there's a lot of things that I think like Elementalists suffer from, like I said, armor on enemies. So like when you have an enemy that's a level 28, they're getting 24 more strike factor than the player, right? So you'd have 60, so that brings them up to 84. That basically, like the way that the formulas work, that means that they are getting like a lot more damage pushed through. They're going to be able to deal full damage to like a little bit over full damage to a warrior that normally has 80 armor against elements. And so like the whole like way that things are set up, too few enemies, like elementalist enemies will get more damage as their levels go up, but because players cap at 20, they don't get that benefit. But enemy armor going up, instead of following the base guidelines, like destroyers should have, in my opinion, should not have increased armor relative to any other enemy, because so much of the game's combat system is built around the player armor values, where rangers have 100 armor against elements but 70 otherwise, which slightly decreases the damage that they take. Where warriors are definitely a bit tankier, a little bit weaker to elements. Most casters are at 60 armor, so they take full damage from, or like the baseline damage when things are at parity, right? Like, you know, my fireball would actually deal 7 damage, whatever. Like, with my 0 fire magic. This is the sort of thing where if they adjusted stuff so that way it actually worked the way armor does against players, and then if something's weak to it, it's actually weak to it and not less durable to it. Because like if destroyers had like 40 armor against cold damage, you'd be able to deal a bunch more damage to them. And then you could compensate. In order to make enemies tankier in this game, you should give them more health, potentially. You can make some enemies that are higher armor, and that means that prioritizes like degeneration effects and armor ignoring damage. And so like you could have some stuff where that's the case, but like you have to recognize that that's what you're doing. You're prioritizing stuff that gets around armor, which there's plenty of things that do, but it also means the elementalist is going to struggle in that area, because they do care about armor on the vast majority, but not all of their skills. And so that makes degeneration effects better, for example. But then they give inner fire to the destroyers that heals them, and so that kind of makes damage over time worse, and so you just want to pile on the direct damage. So like the design of destroyers, for example, is absolutely atrocious. Energy storage should give regen and spells made cheaper across the board. This frees up attunements to be reworked so they give more attributes, so you do more damage, but not all mobs are affected. Even buff or of restoration to return 30% of energy, so you can use that instead of attunes. Yeah. Like the vision for elementalists needs to be modified so that it can be better balanced, I guess, and function better. But anyway, this is just some of my rambling. We'll talk about Sandstorm in just a second, because there's 2 more air magic spells. Tanai's Wind. They made this one 10 energy instead of 5, which is definitely a nerf. I'm guessing this must have... I don't know why this would have been too powerful. Why they felt the need to nerf that. It just makes the cross energy worse. I guess it is good with Glyph of Immolation. This feels like it must have been a part of a PvP-focused Air Elementalist nerf, so... I mean, it definitely can deal, like, at the 16 Air Magic, dealing 125 damage and interrupting is pretty strong. I don't know. I don't know. It's still usable, of course. And then we have Thunderclap going from adjacent range to nearby, which is a huge buff to like one of my favorite Air Elementalist elites. So I certainly welcome that. This brings it more in line with Cry of Frustration too. Deals 53 lightning damage, first tracker interrupted, and suffer from cracked armor and weakness. Like, yeah, Thunderclap is super strong now, it feels like. Or at least a lot stronger. Maybe not super strong, that's probably an exaggeration, but it definitely feels like it's going to be a lot better at doing like all of the things that I wanted to do, which is some area of effect damage, applying cracked armor and weakness, and interrupting things. Yeah, it's definitely a huge improvement to Thunderclap. Which, I mean, I welcome that. Air wants a break after everything else that was just done to it. So I definitely welcome that. Yeah. Except it's not quite as reliant. Like, it still works just by itself. But like, honestly, the biggest thing that would help elementalists would be being able to functionally raise their strike level or whatever we want to call that. That part of the damage formula, which is currently tied to level. So, like, if over the limit cause you to cast spells is if your level was higher, that would be a huge, huge power source. And then Sandstorm is the last spell here. So what do they do with Sandstorm? Let's see. They decrease the recharge from 25 to 20, which is nice. And they increase the base damage. Though this is definitely, let's see. Also needs more sources of cracked armor and sprinkling of damage increasing skills. Again, some mobs aren't overly buffed. Oh, just talking elementals in general. But yeah, cracked armor, though, is a band-aid on the enemies have too much armor problem. Because the enemies have too much armor problem hurts everyone. That isn't, like, Mesmer. Or, to some extent, like Assassin or whatever that rely primarily on plus damage, not base weapon damage on, like, Warrior. Like, I would rather them focus on adjusting mob design, but that's me personally. Yeah, so this is definitely a nice buff to Sandstorm. Like, deals more damage. Man, this is kind of scary, isn't it? This really feels like it makes Sandstorm really appealing. It does make the Sandstorm using enemies to Crags kind of scary, though. It does make them kind of scary. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But even, like, enemies that are running away are at least not doing anything to you. Okay. Time to talk about the Mesmer. Where's Cynthia? There are so many Mesmer skills to talk about. This is going to take forever. So one of the things I've noticed generally across the board is that a lot of recharges have been increased. Honestly, they could have addressed that by making fast casting no longer reduce the recharge time of your Mesmer spells, because that's broken. I said it. They should get rid of that clause. But that's neither here nor there, I guess. Okay, so Arcane Conundrum. So a lot of these are going to be nerfs. A lot of them are kind of warranted. Arcane Conundrum, I can never recognize because I'm not used to the new icon. Yeah, like the recharge, like, okay, so like Mesmer had a weird arc, right? Mesmer is primarily control oriented. It's the stuff that it did was particularly good in PvP, but didn't really have a good spot in PvE, where the priorities and everything are different. And so like that was the state that things were, and then they were trying to make it more viable in PvE, and they overtuned it. And part of trying to make it more viable was make it so that way you could cast your spells more frequently, which is totally understandable. Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Jack. I think that was like, that's probably a PvP adjustment. And if you want to give a PvE thing, you could have that no effect for non-Mesmer spells with an activation time less than 2 seconds in PvP. But like, so I think they did the recharge in order to try. What the heck is this bar for? Sorry, I just looked at my bar and I got confused. But I feel like why do I have dash on there? But like the fast casting thing was just it was to try to compensate for the single target nature of a lot of Mesmer spells. And then they made a bunch of Mesmer stuff AoE, and I don't remember the exact timeline of all of this, but they basically like pushed the Mesmer a little too much in PvE and overtuned it. And so they're like trying to pull things back, I guess, but I don't necessarily think it's working the best. Well, we'll see. We'll see how things actually feel. But it's very tricky. It's a very tricky problem. And I feel like so many of the issues that you have with Mesmer being overpowered in PvE come from this recharge decrease on fast casting, or at least that's a substantial element of it. So anyway, Arcane Conundrum, they increased the recharge of this from 20 seconds to 30 seconds. Practically speaking, it's not a 10-second increase. It goes from, so like at 9 fast casting, if you're running it like I am, that's a 27% reduction. Excuse me while I bust out a calculator. Might need to take a moment to get some light on it. Okay. So 20 times 0.73. So that's like a 15-second recharge. I don't know what 15 fast cast would be. So I could do that though. So 20 times, let's see, 15 times 3 would be 45, so that's 0.55. It's an 11-second recharge at 20 seconds with 15 fast casting. So 30. So at my point, this is about a 22. So it goes from like 15-second recharge to 22-second recharge, which is like fine. At 15 fast casting, 30 is of 17-second recharge. So it's like still under the stated value of what it was before, right? And like this is a powerful spell for... What the heck is my bar? Why do I have E-Surge on when I'm an Illusion Mesmer? Okay, whatever. Yeah. So like this is a powerful energy management spell. It can affect multiple foes, so when it ends you gain energy. Like this is definitely a nerf, but it's not as severe of a nerf as it kind of appears at first. Because of the stupid recharge clause on fast casting, which like they should probably just have gotten rid of. So I don't know. It's still strong. It still slows down and gains you a bunch of energy when they die. Functionally is what this is. Like, this is basically like a yeah, um soul reaping sort of effect a lot of the time because enemies are probably going to die before it wears off. Um so yeah, you'll probably just gain the energy then because it'll end when they die instead of ending from timing out, but yes. Exactly, Mr. Jack. It's the same problem with like expertise or mysticism lowering the cost of certain spells because then spells are designed or skills because then skills are designed with those cost reductions in mind, which then A makes them overpriced when you're leveling up. And it also makes them overpriced for secondaries. Like cost reduction is bad actually as a primary attribute for an overall design standpoint. And it's kind of like how with Paragon, one of the problems that class suffers from is because the way energy management works with it with shouts and chants, you need all of those skills to affect an AoE to be like working with a primary attribute, which then makes them overpowered because you're affecting multiple things at once, which makes it harder to balance them as well. So I don't know. Arcane Conundrum is still very strong. Auspicious Incantation. This is one where they reduced the recharge to 20 seconds, which makes it a bit easier to use as an energy management option. This has been historically popular at various times in some circumstances. It's never been a skill that I've been particularly fond of. Thank you for the follow, Zunra. I appreciate it. Or I don't know if favorite's the right word. Kieran. So that's definitely like a nice little bump to it. It definitely makes this a more viable like option for energy management, but not like I don't know. In PvE, you're just bipping, right? Yeah, I could see it being a reasonable option there. The clumsiness got a bit of a nerf. They increased the recharge from 8 to 12 seconds, which is practically not quite that, but they also decreased the damage a little bit. It's still good. I don't know. It definitely deserved a little bit of a nerf. But like it's the AoE armor ignoring damage. Yeah. Yeah. Use the soul reaping 5 soul reaping mod of necromancer. Conjure Phantasm, they buffed this by increasing the duration a bit, but just like by a couple of seconds. It's basically like a 2-second duration buff. Which is fine, but doesn't address the underlying problem that health degeneration is not good in PvE relative to just dealing direct damage because fights are too fast. Yeah. Like, the Soul Reaping mod, I think, is really cool in that regard, but, like, it does... it is too effective. It probably should cap out at, like, 2 or 3 Soul Reaping, not 5, from a energy management standpoint. Of what it can kind of give, but, like, you know, whatever. BIP is just... it's too easy of energy management. I'm not really sure what should be done about BIP. But, like, there's a whole host of other things to kind of, like, address in PvE anyway. But I'm not really sure what you would want to do about BIP. Yeah, a longer cooldown would definitely be one of the ways that you could try to address it. That could be a way to address it, Mr. Jack. You could also have it restore a set amount of energy when things die, and then have the amount of soul reaping affect how frequently it can trigger. Um, like this can trigger Soul Reaping rank times in per 30 seconds or whatever would be a good value. Excuse me. And then have the amount be set to like some amount of energy, 4 or 5 or something. I'm not sure what that should actually be. Need to hydrate up though. I'm talking a lot. But yeah, Conjure Phantasm, minor buff. Crippling Anguish got a buff in PvP. I don't really have a whole lot to say about it. Yeah, it's currently 3 times in 15 seconds. When the game first came out, it didn't have a cap, and it would just trigger every single time something died. It also used to trigger when spirits died. They changed that around Factions release. I mean, I also think minions should function on a supply system like an RTS, not every minion being worth 1 minion slot, as it were. But, you know, that's probably also a big change. Excuse me, I'm going to need a cough for a little bit here. I get these, like, throat tickles every now and then. I got one right now a little bit. Okay. But like I said, don't know much about PvP balance. Crippling Anguish got a buff, which is reduce the energy cost from 15 to 10, increase the health regen from 1 to 5 to 2 to 6, so it's 1 more point of health regen. That's probably welcome. Cry of Frustration got a nerf. Again, this is probably warranted. It will make Wind Riders less obnoxious, I suppose. Yeah, so it deals a set amount of damage to the target, and then the foes in the area take 75% of that damage. Honestly, like, if they really want to hit Cry of Frustration, what I would probably have done is decrease it from in the area to nearby for the area of effect range, and then have it be if target foe is using a skill, that foe and all foes in the area are interrupted. Or no, target foe and all foes in the area are interrupted. All foes that had a skill interrupted this way take damage. So it can't just do blanket damage. It only does damage to those that it interrupts. Is probably how I would have addressed Cry of Frustration. So like you could interrupt an auto attack and it wouldn't trigger damage. It'd just be a slight hiccup in their function. And it would be a lot less reliable for actually hitting damage. But this is definitely a way to approach it. I think, like I said, the longer recharge, I feel like the longer recharge on this and like T's and there's a couple of others, like a lot of these increased recharges feel like they're trying to compensate for the fast casting recharge effect, and they should just get rid of the fast casting recharge effect instead of nerfing these skills, is my general, or nerfing the recharges on these spells is my general opinion on the matter. But like this is definitely like, is Cry of Frustration still a good skill? Yeah, absolutely. Enchanter's Conundrum had the let's see. If target foe is not under the effects of an enchantment when this hex is applied, that foe takes damage and all adjacent foes take 75% of that damage. I agree. T's nerf was unwarranted. I fully agree with that. It feels like it's a bit preemptive of a nerf. I feel like this is like Enchanter's Conundrum is not Energy Surge, but it feels like they were like it might be an Energy Surge follow-up, and so they like preemptively nerfed it, is what it kind of feels like a little bit. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. They didn't touch any of the other things about it. They just made the AoE damage not quite as big. Hello, Vunhus. Yeah, slightly fewer R's and T's right there. Like Mesmer damage is still going to be good, I'm sure. One of the things that I wanted to test, so energy drain had its recharge cut to 20 seconds, which is a huge buff to this and makes this a way more viable energy management skill. Like this would restore 21 energy right here, at the cost of 5. So this is definitely a really nice buff, and it also helps make the skill more viable as an energy management on secondary mesmers. So that's really cool. I definitely appreciate that. Although you're not running Assassin's Promise with energy drain, but okay. So this is where Energy Surge got its big nerf, and I want to just see what its damage numbers actually look like in practice. Because that's 77 damage now. It's going to feel a heck of a lot worse, that's for sure. I can see why they would go after Enchanter's Conundrum at the same time. Because Enchanter's Conundrum would deal 106 damage. Oof. Yeah, 50... I was seeing 57 there. So it probably rounds down. Like, I'm not going to pretend that's not still, like, damage on the target. But Energy Burn is going to hit for 99 on the direct target. This is definitely a huge, huge nerf to Energy Surge. I mean, it still has its good nearby AoE. It's still good, but, like, it's definitely significantly weaker enough that would strongly consider trying out some other elites now instead of, like, always going to this one. It definitely needed a nerf. I agree with you, Vinez. I just don't know if this is how I'd approach it. I don't know that this would be how I would have approached the nerf. It's 57 when you truncate. So if you just convert it to an integer and don't round, it will be 57 because you're truncating the decimal portion. It's a floor function, not ceiling, or it's not rounded. It's not ceiling. It's floor. Yeah. Make it drain lots more energy, but lower the damage so that the final damage remains the same. Just draining much more energy makes it less efficient to stack multiple surges. Yeah, that's definitely one way of approaching it. Another way of approaching it would be make it be for each point of energy loss, that foe and all adjacent foes take X lightning damage to make it armor respecting instead of armor ignoring. And that would put it like it would be good there, but it would be more in line with the stuff that elementalists can do. It should also probably be 10 energy and not 5, but yeah, kind of like an aneurysm. It would be too strong for PvP for sure. GW Coast. It would be interesting as an elite version of aneurysm. That definitely is an interesting, different optional idea. But I can see, again, like, based upon that, I can see why they preemptively go after Enchanter's Conundrum. Because Enchanter's Conundrum now deals more damage, but it has smaller area of effect at more energy cost, lower recharge, and it doesn't deal damage if they have a hex on them, or if they're enchanted. Aneurysm's still uncapped, isn't it? Oh, so Aneurysm is uncapped on the energy gain. It is capped on the energy enemies lose. So I mean, it's capped functionally in the amount of maximum energy the target has. So if you're able to get an enemy down to 0 energy, like an elementalist, perhaps, and like let's say they have 20, so base 20 energy plus an additional 10 for armor, presumably. Put them at 30 energy plus fast casting of 20 would put them at like 100. Was it 90 energy? Like 90 energy. So if you manage to get like one of those elementalists all the way down to 0, and then you aneurysm them, they take like 200 some odd damage. It's just going to be based upon how much their maximum energy is. Because it regains all energy, and for each point of energy gained this way, they take damage. And adjacent foes lose an energy, but the maximum amount of energy lost is capped. I don't know what the name is very weird, yeah. I guess the conundrum is whether or not to cast an enchantment that takes like 207% longer to cast. It definitely doesn't feel like it lives up to its name. I don't know what the Enchanter's Conundrum is. A conundrum is a difficult problem. Like, it's something that you're having to think about a lot to figure out how to solve. So you might describe a puzzle as a conundrum if you're really struggling with figuring out the solution to it. So, for example, maybe if you think Sudoku is tricky. So basically, like, it should be some sort of skill that makes enchanters both want to cast enchantments and not want to cast enchantments. And so, like, that's not what this does. Should be a hex that, like, does degen on foe, but ends and does AoE damage when that foe uses a spell. I mean, you could also have it be something that, like, I don't know. The challenge is, if you want it to live up to its name, it needs to both encourage using an enchantment and discourage using an enchantment at the same time. So you don't know whether or not it's better to cast your enchantment or not. And it's like, if it was something like whenever you cast an enchantment spell, your target loses some health or like takes some damage. Or like even an Enchanter's Conundrum could even be like a weird hex that's like whenever you cast an enchantment, you steal health from the target. It's like maybe you don't want to take your ally's health, or maybe you do, right? Like that would be an interesting, but that feels more of a Necromancer hex than a Mesmer one. But like, but you know what I mean? That fits the name. Something like that. Or like they take damage, but you gain energy. Or like stealing energy from the target or something like that. But like there's different ways that could kind of make that a bit of a challenge. But yeah, but again, like I said, I can see absolutely why they nerfed it preemptively, because then Energy Surge would definitely be powerful. Yeah, there's definitely different ways that you could kind of try to come up with a name where it's a, do I do this or not? And they definitely did not. I tried to make that happen. And frankly, a lot of those are like the sort of effect where this might be interesting, but might not actually have good play usage. So, depending upon how you're handling things. I kind of want to talk about Mistrusts next, even though it's not next on the list, because I'm over here. So they toned down the damage of Mistrust by a good chunk on the top end. It also has the reduced AoE effect, which is, it's still good. So I don't know. I think that's a reasonable one. Overload. This one baffles me a little bit. Where's Overload? Here it is. If the target foe is using a skill, then it does damage to that foe. And so this is also like they nerfed the yeah. Quite possibly. But Overload, they also nerfed a little bit. This one is not one that I tended to use a whole lot. But it was like viable for certain things. But like, so the problem that I have with Overload is that a lot of the times I'd just rather be interrupting the skill rather than doing some damage on the skill. The degen is largely irrelevant, but I mean, they're kind of going after everything here. Is Power Flux? Yeah, so Power Flux, they increased the recharge from 10 to 15. I don't know. I don't have strong feelings about that one. Yeah, I mean, it's what? Yeah, adjacent foes. Yeah, power flux is garbage for PvE. I don't mind this as a like PvP oriented nerf or whatever. I never use this in the first place generally. I like it hurts a little bit, but like its core effect is just not one that I typically am wanting. Chaos Storm was untouched. Yes, Chaos Storm went untouched in this. Power Lock. Yeah, Power Lock, they, like, again, they increased recharge for a lot of stuff. So they increased this from 12 to 20 seconds. That felt kind of excessive to me. I don't know if it's causing problems in PvP or not, but that felt kind of excessive to me. It doesn't deal damage. It does very mesmeric things. So I disagree with that change from a PvE standpoint. Although, again, the fast casting, recharge, etc. Psychic Instability also got hit with a longer recharge from 12 to 20 seconds. This is probably warranted because the knockdown was strong on this one. And in fast casting, it's pretty easy to bring. So 20 feels a little bit long, but I don't know. The thing is, in PvE, like, increasing this also decreases its recharge because of the fast casting thing. Yeah, 15 feels like it would have been okay for this. Maybe like 17. Shattered Illusions, another spell that I'm quite fond of. They also nerfed the AoE on. I can understand that though. Like, Enchanter's Conundrum, Shattered Illusion becomes like a... I can understand that one. Because that starts becoming an appealing build, right? Because you don't care about the effect of Enchanter's Conundrum. So if you get it on an unenchanted foe and deal AoE damage and then Shattered Delusion it, like that's a nice 1-2 punch. So I can understand why they'd kind of like go after this one. I do quite like Shattered Delusions though, and it's a bit wonky to use because you do have to do setup for it. So I don't quite like this one. Well, you don't necessarily need end effect, right? So like Overload, if you hit a skill with it, you don't care about the degen, so you can just end it early in order to be able to get damage. Same thing with Enchanter's Conundrum. It's like it makes it a 1-2 punch. So you're not necessarily looking for end effects. There are some useful end effect skills. Web of Disruption, particularly notable. Like the classic thing to use with it was, or still is, I guess. The classics still remain the classic thing to do. But Phantom Pain was always the classic thing to do with it. You could technically use Shrinking Armor as well. But like it was okay to use with Mind Rack because you aren't necessarily guaranteed to get the thing, and it still would trigger the lose 1 energy and take 26 damage effect. So it's just the quick recharging AoE. I do feel like Psychic Instability is a bit much. I don't know 100% why they hit that one. I don't think it's entirely unwarranted because the lockdown was long and therefore powerful, but it is kind of rough. It feels like they're just being a little bit preemptive. Wastrel's Demise, Wastrel's Rory, and then we'll kind of go to the other ones. So Wastrel's Demise, they increased the recharge from 3 seconds to 5, which is probably not that impactful because of the recharge. Two to three farming builds. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I know Wastrel's Demise spam was used in certain farm builds, so... Yeah, I can agree with that, Paint 2D. The thing is, like, I don't know exactly what data they were looking at and what sort of things were... what they were, like, basing some of these decisions off of. This one also, they increased the recharge from 1 second to 4 seconds. And the AoE is now 75%. Honestly, what I would probably have done with this one, instead of the 75% of that damage, it's just like after 3 seconds, target foe and adjacent foes take 105, like are hexed with Wastrel's Worry. Like have the hex effect in an AoE. So that way each person has a chance to end it themselves. I don't necessarily think they made the game a lot harder for new players because new players aren't necessarily getting these builds set up right away. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how possible it would have been to split skills between Reforged and non-Reforged. And I think veteran mode is kind of something that's kind of being de-emphasized, as it were. And I kind of understand where you're coming from, Mr. Jack, but then like splitting the player base along that is probably undesirable. Yeah, I can see Mesmer having been buffed in pre-searing, particularly the increase in duration to Conjure Phantasm is huge there. But yeah, there's definitely buffs to enemies. We'll talk about Ray of Judgment when we get to it. But Conjure Phantasm lasts like 2 seconds longer. So that definitely helps in pre-searing because Conjure Phantasm's damage actually like matters there. I guess that's true. Shattered Illusions was popular in or it could have been used in pre. I think you get it in pre, right? I definitely didn't use it if you did. But I haven't done pre-Mesmer in a long time, so I don't remember what things are available there. The Wastrel's Worry nerf definitely makes it a little bit harder to use it against Prophecy's bosses. But again, fast casting can get that back down to 2 or 3 seconds. Always go to just using Conjure Phantasm pre because it melts. Yeah, because enemy health pools are low enough that the damage per second actually feels good there. Like the 10 damage per second that adds up really fast when enemies have like 30 health or whatever. Yeah, I wouldn't know on that front. Okay, let's talk about illusion magic, which I skipped over. There's Migraine got a buff in PvP that I won't really talk too much about because I don't know bumpkus about that. Okay, so the first one of these is Illusory Weaponry had its recharge cut from 25 to 15, and the damage was increased. Let's see. Where is it? Yeah. I'll have to actually try this to see how it feels, but I mean, more damage from it was definitely necessary. I don't know, Mr. Jack. I'm going to have to find out. I mean, it's hitting consistently with a scythe for 50 damage, 52 damage a swing is no joke. What is it at 12? 43. So it's 43 at 12, which is kind of where it roughly was at 16 before. So I don't know that makes it viable on a secondary necessarily, but at 52 damage a swing, it feels like if you Cyclone Axe, I mean, it would deal 52 damage to all adjacent foes. Cyclone Axe was always kind of the traditional thing, but I mean, a scythe can hit multiple foes at once. One of the spots is like, does this actually make the enemies in the underworld that use illusionary weaponry dangerous? Who knows? We'll find out. Like, the fundamental problem remains that you can't build adrenaline, so you can't use adrenal skills with it. And it's like, what's the actual DPS work out to be? But I definitely like think of those underworld enemies. I don't know. I mean, the other thing too is the 15-second recharge makes it a lot easier to put it back up if it gets stripped. Yeah, exactly. So that definitely makes that feel like it has more of a chance of being a skill. So that's definitely something that like I kind of want to maybe try out a little bit as opposed to ignoring. It's still kind of a niche build, but um it's the sort of thing where like I kind of almost want some other effect attached to it that like does something else and not just raw damage that is kind of like reliable. Yeah, I haven't seen Uber. I don't know. Again, like this is maybe worth actually checking out because it definitely makes IW a heck of a lot more viable of a skill. Um, the other thing to talk about too is if you have that's plus 40 armor if your entire bar is illusion magic, which is a significant amount. I don't know. Good question. I'm not really like I don't pay that much attention to the broader Guild Wars community to be honest. Like there's some discords that I hang out in a little bit, but um yeah, but yeah, that definitely is appealing as a change. Um Images of Remorse. So this was also an interesting one. It feels like they were trying to buff illusion magic a little bit. Images of Remorse. So this one they reduced the cast time from 2 seconds to 1, which is a nice little buff. Skull Crack? Was the buff good enough for that? I have no idea. Um yeah. It's always or like anti-physical attacker. Images of Remorse. Yeah, I mean that definitely makes it a little bit better. It's not a big enough change to really have a huge impact on how I feel about it. But it definitely makes it a little bit better. I know, because they reduced the general cost to like 6, right? I haven't really spent a whole lot of time playing with it, though. Signet of Illusions. So they changed the functionality of this one. Your next 3 non-illusion spells use your illusion attribute instead of the normal attribute. This is definitely nice, just because it allows you to actually use some illusion magic spells and not eat up all of your charges of Signet of Illusions. So that's cool. This is definitely a fun build around me, and I like it being a little bit more viable as a build around me because you can throw on a few useful illusion magic spells and then do your arcane conundrum, whatever shenaniganry. Signet. So Signet of Humility, they also adjusted. They reduced your non-mesmer skills are disabled from 10 seconds to 4 seconds. I don't know. I don't have much to say about that, to be honest. Like, I don't like those sorts of clauses. I think that they feel like very clunky lines to include. I wasn't necessarily... This is not a skill that I tend to use a whole lot. Fast cast Meteor Shower from your 19 illusion magic. What are you doing to get 19 illusion magic? It's much easier to get 18 or 19 fire magic and Glyph of Sacrifice for instacast. Yeah, Signet of Humility is a... Oh, yeah, Pecans? Sure, yeah. Yeah, I can see it being somewhat useful against Word of Healing, but, like, honestly, I'd probably rather run Diversion anyway. And hope to catch their Word of Healing with it, but yeah, it definitely would shut it down. I could see that being somewhat useful. It in general, it doesn't feel like this affects me a whole lot. But, let's see. Signet of Humility, Tease. I already mentioned Tease, but like, again, I don't feel a need for it to have been increased from 15 to 20. I don't know why they did that. Does anybody know why they would have done this particular nerf? Like, I still think it's usable. I guess it kind of brings it in line with energy drain. Yeah, Signet of Illusions is very flexible because you can get healing off of it. You can get like, because here's the thing, like if I go slash elementalist, I can use any elementalist spell with a functional 16 attributes. But also I can go like ritualist, and I can go I can bring some random domination magic if I want to. I can use it with channeling magic that this character has no skills in. I could use it with some restoration magic for healing. So Signet of Illusions has a lot of like, it's very open-ended in terms of what you do with it. So you can do wonky stuff. And the other thing too is it allows you to be able to use skills from primary attributes, which, yeah, you can bring Chaos Storm with Binding Chains. Yeah, that would certainly be an option. There's probably some weird dervish stuff you could potentially get good usage out of it, with it as well if you wanted to. I don't know what that would 100% be. I don't know what other primary attribute stuff you'd necessarily want to make use of. There might be some ritualist stuff that might be vaguely useful to use from primary attribute. I feel like it probably has its biggest uses with either elementalist or ritualist, but the other thing too is it does let you you can use it with Arcane Larceny and Arcane Thievery to be able to steal foes' spells and actually use them, which is neat. Not good, but neat. So it's like the way to make those spells at all useful. Okay, yeah, the T-Snarf I don't get, but it's probably not like, it probably doesn't utterly destroy it. It does bring it more in line with like Power Drain. Although honestly, it feels like it should be better than Power Drain, because Power Drain is a guaranteed huge quantity of energy if you interrupt a spell or chant. This does hit any skill, and it steals foe energy from foes, which it doesn't really matter in PvE, except that maybe they don't have energy to steal, which makes it actually worse. Because this just gains, it doesn't steal. I feel like this T's nerf was unwarranted, and it probably should have remained at 15, but I don't know. I don't know what they're looking at. Yeah, that's the thing, is it's very, like, all over the place. The other thing, too, is you could just be running Lyssa's Aura for energy regen. So, if you're investing in an energy management-ish thing. Okay. So I've been at this for over 2 hours now, and we're hitting Monk. Okay. Feels like they nerfed a lot of skills I was already not using because they were bad. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the thing with Monk, or with Mesmer, is it definitely feels like they were trying to hit a bunch of AoE stuff there, but like, it needed it. Domination magic was overpowered. I would have probably gone about it a different way, but you know, that's, any sort of change there is not the worst. I do think enemy balance, like, one of the other things too is like the by the way, if anybody looks at Cienter Wave, this is the Cienter who's waving. Anti-wave. Hello. Yeah, a bunch of the air nerfs I don't quite get. So, okay, there's a bunch of skills to talk about here. Let's just hit protection prayers first, because I'm invested in that right now. You think the armor ignoring aspect is a stronger part of Mesmer identity? Would it make Mesmer too similar to Ellie if you made Mesmer's infected armor? Honestly, I don't think the armor... So, I will say this. I think armor ignoring damage that is on punishing effects is reasonable. Because things have to trigger those to happen. And if they don't trigger them to happen, then they don't happen. That is strong in PvE just because enemies are... You could improve that by making enemies less likely to attack or like perform actions under the effect of Punisher hexes, where they have to do some sort of evaluation of like thinking it's worth it or whatever. I think something like Energy Surge and Energy Burn are very reasonable to make armor respecting damage types, and that's something I was talking about earlier. I don't think the armor ignoring aspect needs to be a strong part of Mesmer identity, and I think the armor ignoring should probably come primarily from like degeneration and Punisher effects, not things that deal direct damage. I think so. Like, I'd probably make Energy Burn deal fire damage. Excuse me. I don't think that would ruin Mesmer identity at all to do. And I think that would do a lot to balance them. Again, I don't think that would necessarily, like, I don't think that should be necessary, because I think that there's other ways that you could design enemies to where, like, because if they make some enemies that have, like, 30 or 40 armor, where they take increased damage from things, but then they have, like, 1,000 HP instead of, like, 500, to where you're dealing more damage to them, but they just take, like, basically if they're designed like Janundu do not, like, they shrug off an energy surge and they melt under a sandstorm. So, like, that by itself that sort of change could do a lot to, but that would be enemy design, right? But that would do a lot to balance the tables between, like, Elementalist and Mesmer damage. But also, like, I don't think Mesmer should be focused on damage. I think they should be focused on control. And so, like, there's an argument that reducing some of the damage elements are good from that standpoint. Controlling enemies helps reduce damage to your party in a different sort of way anyway, and that's beneficial. But it's definitely a tricky thing to sort of balance, especially with the way PvE works and sort of the pace of PvE play and all that. So, okay, let's just start with, like I said, protection prayers. So divert hexes. They already adjusted this one by decreasing the energy cost. They apparently decreased the casting time by a quarter of a second and increased the recharge from 5 seconds to 8, which I think is reasonable. It brings it a bit more in line with other hex removal spells. I don't know where it was potentially being too strong, that they felt that it needed a slightly longer recharge, but I don't mind it. I don't have any strong opinions on this one. It still seems viable in areas where you're dealing with a lot of hexes. Yeah. Still seems quite viable. You feel it's wasted if there's not also Connie's present. Yeah, I can understand how you feel that way. This is, so there's a good example of this from Magic the Gathering. For those who are familiar, there's a black spell called Murder, which just destroys target creature for 1 black, so it's 3 mana. And then there's in Secrets of Strixhaven, not the most recent Magic set because that's the Marvel superhero set, but this is the previous set that came out. There was a spell called, like, Fateful something or another that was 2 and a black, so it's a bit easier to cast than Murder. That's destroy target creature. If you gain life this turn, that creature's controller loses 3 health or something like that. And so it's just straight up easier to cast than Murder and has additional potential benefit. But because that conditional benefit is conditional, it makes your brain read like you need to get that conditional effect to make the spell, like, fully function, and you do, but it still is better than Murder because it's easier to cast. And it's the same sort of thing here, where, like, you need to look at the condition removal on this as a bonus. At baseline, what this reads is, it's like Cure Hex on crack, right? Because if you think about, it's a Cure Hex that recharges, it was 5 seconds, which is absurd. It's now 8 seconds, which is still crazy strong. Like, if you compare this to Expel Hexes, that's a 7-second recharge, I think, right? I should probably have Expel Hexes on this character, actually. Yeah, so Expel Hexes is also 8 seconds and just removes 2. So, like, this compares favorably, and it heals them, right? So it's a slightly weaker heal, I think, than Cure Hex. Yeah, it's a slightly weaker heal than Cure Hex, with a shorter recharge, and it can remove up to 3 hexes. The condition removal is a complete bonus. So like I understand 100% where you're saying of like you want to try to like maximize value by getting rid of conditions, but like that is a tacked on bonus, not an effect that you're trying to get. But like I 100% understand where you're coming from as well. Of like I want to get that to feel like I'm getting maximum value. But it's like it's the same problem with the Signet attack, Symbolic Strike, where like for adrenaline, plus 12 damage for each Signet you have equipped. And then it has a damage cap, and that damage cap actively encourages you to try to hit that damage cap instead of being like, wait, 2 Signets is plus 24 damage. That's actually really a solid rate for 4 adrenaline. Maybe I should just be content with that. And like if you're getting up to 36 from 3 Signets, that's really solid for 4 adrenaline. Like that's actually really strong. So it's like you don't need to be trying to hit the like 84 cap or whatever of having like 6 Signets on your bar or something. Like if they remove the cap line from that, the skill reads better. As a side thing related to expel hexes, I'd love it to be an enchantment that makes the same hexes it removes expire a ton faster if they're reapplied. Feels mesmery effects removal. I could see that. It'd be a bit challenging to potentially design. I'm not sure how that would necessarily look, but yeah, I could see something like that. So divert hexes got slightly adjusted, probably in a way that's reasonable. I'm really confused by this Guardian change. They increased Guardian's cooldown from 4 seconds to 6, which feels like it's a nerf that comes out of nowhere to me. So I don't get that one. This feels like such a cornerstone of protection prayers that I feel utterly baffled by this particular nerf. I mean, I'm still going to use Guardian because it's still good enough at 6 seconds, but I'm truly baffled by it. I don't know. Yeah, this is one that baffles me. It is likely a PvP reason. It doesn't feel like it. Like I said, it doesn't make it feel like it's unviable or anything, but it is kind of like a huh. At the same time, Shield of Judgment they decreased to a 5-second recharge, which makes it a lot easier to use this one. I still think it's maybe a 10 energy spell now that it's a 5-second recharge. At 10-second recharge, it was definitely not a 10 energy spell. But definitely this is an exciting change for Shield of Deflection. This is also an exciting change. Shield of Regeneration is now 10 energy instead of 15, which makes this a heck of a lot easier to use. The armor also scales now. I do think that Shield of Deflection at 10 energy is probably a little bit too much still. And I feel like this effect is too strong for 5. I think if it's 5 energy, it'd have to have a substantially shorter duration, probably around 3 to 5 seconds. But I think Shield of Deflection at the current stats probably should be around 7 or 8 energy. I don't think it should be 5, but I don't think it should be 10 either. Shield of Regen definitely feels a lot more usable, though. And the armor scaling is... I don't have strong opinions on that. Yeah, I was using Shield of Regen as a typical Prot Elite in my Unlock All Skills thing just because I didn't have a whole lot of options, and it's like... a solid choice. But the 15 energy definitely chewed through energy like too quickly, so this is a really welcome adjustment. Okay. I think there's a few healing prayers to talk about, and then we'll talk about smiting. Yeah, I really, really, really like that Shield of Regeneration buff. Yeah, well, it's... I wonder which works out stronger in general. Between Shield of Deflection or Shield of Regeneration, Mr. Jack, or... Like, Shield of Regen cuts a huge amount of damage. I think Shield of Regen is probably a little bit better in the long run. Because the gaining, like, 20 health a second or whatever At 16 spec, yeah. So 20 HP per second gain is and 40 and like taking half damage or a little bit less than half damage. A little bit more than half? No, a little bit less than half damage from armor respecting sources is a huge improvement to survivability. The thing is, this heals you through spells. This just blocks melee attacks. And like they both give you armor, but this one gives you more. So I do think Shield of Regeneration is stronger than Shield of Deflection now. Yeah, Deflection plus Healing Breeze, exactly. But that's probably two different characters. I mean, there's definitely some situations where the Shield of Deflection is stronger. It's a little bit situational. If there's going to be a lot of if there's a lot of martial attackers, Shield of Deflection is probably a little bit better just because preventing damage is better than healing damage. But if you've got a variety of attackers, then Shield of Regeneration is going to be stronger just because the healing is going to be affecting more things. This is like, for example, Shield of Regeneration is much stronger in the face of Elementalists than Shield of Deflection is because this is going to overhalve the damage that they deal to you and heal you from it. I don't know why I'm looking at that when I want to change this over to Healing Prayers. Why do I have a random wooden buckler here? Who can say? Okay. So the first one is Cure Hex. That's the first Healing Prayers. So this one, they just reduced the healing a bit. Not a whole lot. I think it's still quite usable. So. Seed of Life is definitely a nice one. If you hit right with it. So I think this is like, it's an interesting nerf. Part of what I find really interesting is that they nerfed some monk stuff. Yeah, it was probably just a little bit too efficient. PvP nerf, yeah, that makes sense. I don't feel like it was enough of a nerf that it, like... Honestly, the biggest factors that I consider when bringing hex removal in PvE isn't like, oh, Cure Hex heals me. It is, do I want the potential to remove multiple hexes from deny hexes? Or do I want the reduced recharge of remove hex? And a lot of times, like, the 8-second recharge from remove hex is more desirable to me than the healing from and the 12-second here. But it definitely is a strong heal. I think that's a fair argument, Mr. Jack, as well. So I think it's a reasonable nerf. I just find it interesting in that Monk has struggled in the face of Restoration Magic to find, like, Necro Restoration Magic to find space in parties. Let's see. Then there's Healing Burst. I'm sad about this nerf because... So what they did is they increased the recharge on this from 4 to 6 seconds and made this heal for a lot less. I think this is a warranted nerf because this was just do everything. Yeah, the problem is definitely Soul Reaping being too good. That plus Restoration is too tuned. It's not Restoration being too strong. It is like 2 Restoration Magic spells are too strong. Spirit, Light, and Men, Body, and Soul are too strong at the scaling that they're at. So they should be, like, you should need to invest higher in them to get good values. Like, I'd basically like leave the top end where it's at on those. Yeah. And I would probably lower the low end of healing on a lot of Restoration Magic. Like, one of the buffs that I'd like to see to Monk is have Divine Favor affect all spells that target allies, not just Monk spells. Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure what the best buff or the best nerf to Soul Reaping would be. It's just, energy management is such a cornerstone that Soul Reaping giving you energy is very strong. And something should probably be done. Like, if they made it so that way Soul Reaping, like, gained you energy, like, every 3 ranks of Soul Reaping, but also gained you health whenever something in range died, equal to, like, 2 times the rank, then it would probably be good. But yeah, Healing Burst was just, it did everything, right? It heals a big single target heal that could heal yourself and healed your party members for a good amount. It was just like, it did too much, and I definitely felt that. Like, it was hard for me to want to use other elites as well in PvE. So Healing Burst definitely deserved a nerf. I agree that it deserved a nerf. It was just way too strong. But like, you know, I'm a little sad about losing that strength, but it was 100% warranted as a nerf. Healing Hands, interestingly enough, got a buff, having its recharge reduced to 15 seconds from 25, which it absolutely needed. Yeah, Glimmer of Light at 3 energy would be very strong. I think Glimmer is still usable. Just because the 1 second recharge is so good, but yeah, like Soul Reaping that like favors giving health back instead of energy back would help offset things in a different sort of way. And would frankly help balance a lot of things in the game, because that would also, like, if it was like every 2 or 3 Soul Reaping for an energy gain, that would decrease how powerful the Necromancer modifier is by a ton as well. Yeah, I can understand that. Honestly, if Healing Hands didn't do AoE damage, but instead enchanted, like if it was an AoE enchantment that got applied, how do they word that? Dwayne of Sorrow is the... If there's a second target ally and all nearby allies are affected with Dwayne of Sorrow. Yeah, if Healing Hands did an AoE enchant, that would also... I think that would be even more interesting than like Healing Seed, and would give it a lot more space. Necro in general needs a buff. So, like, you need to do a big thing if you're going to change Soul Reaping like that. But I definitely think it would be warranted. But, like, Necromancer, I think in general, like, there'd be so many changes I'd want to do to Necromancer. Like, Enfeebling Blood should be a blood magic spell, not curses, for example, because it uses health sacrifice. IMO. But I find a lot of the meta Necro builds boring to play. I honestly don't know what the meta ones are, but like they frequently are kind of boring. Like on the Necro that I've been playing on the Unlock All Skills thing, I've been using a pet build. Like I've been using a strike as 1 pet build with some like barbs. It's like barb up the foe and have my pet attack them. But yeah, I like the Healing Hands buff. It could probably use a little bit more. But this is definitely a good step in the right direction of making the everybody's favorite paladin build of yore good. What would be needed to make Mending feel like a good spell rather than a meme? That's an interesting question. If this gave you a health regeneration for each foe you're enchanting as well, would that help? Yeah, Dwayne of Sorrow is a spell for using with minions, I agree. The problem is, like, a lot of maintained enchantments would just be better if they weren't maintained. So it's like, how do you make a maintained enchantment feel good? I will say, I do think they made Healer's Covenant actually usable. I really like it with Healing Whisper. Healing Whisper, healing for 20 health, but only costing 1 energy is absurd. Because that 1 energy, only costing 1 energy, means that you just do not run out on it. Because your energy regenerates by the time it recharges. It's so crazy. It's a very niche build, but... okay, now we have some Smiting Prayers to talk about. So there's some really notable things here. Balthazar's Aura, they reduced this from 25 energy to 15. They reduced the activation time down to 1 second. And they increased the damage on it as well. So this, I don't know like where this is in terms of like quality. Oh, that would be an interesting alternative, Mr. Jack. I do like maintain enchantments works really well with Aura of Displacement. Oh, like bonus health. Yeah, temporary HP. Well, like that's how Life Sheath used to work. Is it used to be temporary HP. But then they changed it for some reason. It's Mining Prayer's attunement where it reduces the healing done of the player who has it. But like this Balthazar's Aura buff definitely makes this spell a lot more appealing to use. I don't know how much I want to use it or not, but it definitely would strongly consider like using it in an area with a lot of undead enemies in particular. I don't know. It's a warranted buff. I don't think it makes it overpowered by any means. Like they did so many things. Reduced the energy cost from 25 to 15. Reduced the activation time from 2 to 1. 2 seconds to 1 second. Reduce the recharge from 25 to 20, and increase the damage from 10 to 25 to 10 to 30. So, like, it hits harder. It's easier to use, or, like, costs less to use, goes off more quickly, comes back more quickly. So, there's, like, a huge amounts of buffs to it. So, I would be very curious. Like, I'd actually consider trying out this spell now just to see how it feels. So then they also... I might actually go see how it feels. They also buffed Ray of Judgment, which surprised me because I felt like this was already good. But they... What do they do all of this? They reduced the activation time from 2 seconds to 1, which is going to make it harder to interrupt. They reduced the recharge from 20 to 15, and they increased its damage by, like, 5. Just straight 5. Yeah, it was already, like, the best Smiting Prayers elite. I'm like, why did they do that and not... I guess they already touched Word of Censure. Oh my goodness, 137 is crazy amounts of holy damage. They already did some stuff to this. It's not the direction I would have taken a Word of Censure, but... Shield of Judgment needs some help. Did it used to ignore Scatter? That's funny. But, like, Ray of Judgment already was, like, I consider it to be the best one. The thing that I'm really scared about now is Afflicted Monks. Yeah, that's exactly where I had phrased it. Even is other elites needed buffs more than Ray of Judgment did. I guess that's fair, but like Ray of Judgment seems like it's really strong now. The other one though that like took me by surprise was Symbol of Wrath, which they dropped the activation time from 2 to 1. They reduces recharge from 30 to 20. They increases damage a bit. And they change the functionality so that the pulse happens at the target's location. So this is basically non-elite Ray of Judgment. Yeah. Ooh, Tanakai Temple is going to be brutal in some spots. Yeah, Monk and Necro do have kind of a weird beef going on. So, like, this is basically non-elite Ray of Judgment. Now, the real question that I have is, did they give it a... The number one change that I want to Symbol of Wrath is to give it a skill effect. So I wonder if they did that. The other thing, though, that was inadvertently pointed out by the notes is Kieran's Wrath is the old Symbol of Wrath functionality. So if you want that, they still have it in the form of Kieran's Wrath. So, like, this is desynchronizing these skills that used to be identical. So that's interesting. What does the animation look like on Symbol of Wrath? None. Historically. Historically, it has left no visual indicator. You have done the buff to Kieran's Wrath and changed Symbol of Wrath entirely? I guess I could see that, yeah. Although, you're right, a lot of those symbol skills, but they are mesmer skills. Part of it, too, though, is that precedent of, like, working with signets would have been done historic, or, like, a side effect added into the game, not something that's historically like, a historical precedent. So, like, but, like, I get what you're saying, is they could, like, retrofit that on. move over to my insightful 4-minute staff. So, like, if I walk over to this practice foe, and I do this to myself. Yeah, I can definitely see this being really good to use on melee that's sticking to somebody. Yeah. So this is now a Ray of Judgment. Yeah, you can see there's... Oh, there is a visual effect. It's this tiny little pulsey thingy there. And of course, Ray of Judgment. Ray of Judgment looks so cool. But Symbol of Wrath is... It's just this little pulsing effect right there. I mean, this is a huge buff to Symbol of Wrath. Don't get me wrong. Like, making it a non-elite Ray of Judgment is a huge buff to it. But I think the spell effects in Guild Wars 1 are largely understated to the game's detriment. I think that it could stand to be a little bit flashier. Not quite as, like, all of the spell effect spam that Guild Wars 2 can get up to, but... I definitely think, like, look at this icon. Excuse me, right? Like, this deserves a large grid. Like, look at how freaking cool this icon is. And then the effect is, like, pathetic. No, they're both adjacent. Ray of Judgment and Symbol of Wrath are both adjacent. But Ray of Judgment has more damage, less recharge, and sets things on fire, where Symbol of Wrath is a bit less damage and a longer recharge, but less energy. Excuse me. Guild Wars 2 is a very different game. But yes, it is. Guild Wars 2 is focused on dodging danger puddles. So the real thing is you can stack these and now absolutely destroy the undead. Yes, that's the other thing too, is Guild Wars 2... The spell effects on Guild Wars 2 become overwhelming because you can have, like, 20 players around spamming them. But yeah, I really like this change to Symbol of Wrath. It makes me like the skill a lot more. I just wish it had more of a visual indicator. It reminds me of Maelstrom. Like, part of it, too, is, like, I want... Like, Firestorm is great. It is not superly overstated or anything, but you can clearly see the area where it's affecting things. And the problem that I have with, like, Symbol of Wrath in particular is, like, yes, it is actually creating a spell effect. I didn't realize it had one. But it's just this, like, little subtle ring around where the target location is. And it doesn't... And Maelstrom has the exact same problem of it's really hard to tell where the actual spell effect is because the visual for it is so small. So I want a bigger, flashier visual effect, in part to make the spell feel better, but also so that for gameplay reasons, I can tell where it's actually affecting things. This is definitely a nice buff for a Pre-Searing Monk. Yeah, for sure. So that's a really exciting change. Then Necromancer got a ton of stuff too. Where is her ethos? At the start, I think. Yeah. Banish did not get changed. Banish probably should instantly recharge if it targets a summoned creature rather than doing double damage to summoned creatures. And or both. Okay. Necromancer. So the first thing is, like, boy howdy, did they touch up death magic. I don't even know what I was checking here. Where's my... Oh, hey, birthday voucher. Superior death magic. So, like, a bunch of these minion animation spells all had energy cost reduced. That is so freaking hot. I was hearing that Europe is having a heat wave right now, though. It has been really hot here relative to what I like, but it's cooled down the last couple days. Probably somewhat similar temperatures. I have to try to mentally convert 32C into... Ugh, that's so disgusting, Paint 2D. Like, I have to kind of mentally convert those. Like, so I have this park in my head of, like, 40C is 104 Fahrenheit, and I remember that because of, like, a time I went to Japan, like, in 2004 when it was 40 degrees C, and I'm like, it is so freaking hot. What is this in Fahrenheit? So I can actually... My brain can comprehend it. So I have a little bit more of a sense of where things are. So I was, like, talking with my sister. I'm like, about 18, 19C is, like, where I want it. That is just disgustingly hot. 37C is 100F. Yeah. Yeah. I definitely prefer I probably should crack my window, actually. It's getting kind of warm in here now that I'm thinking about it. I definitely prefer, like, in Fahrenheit, I like it around 65 to 70, which I think is probably around, like, 18 to 21C if I had to guess, without doing any math. But yeah, all of these energy decreases to minions. Like, oh my goodness, Bone Horror for 5 energy. It feels bonkers. I'm just so used to these. This makes it so much easier to do animate Bone Fiends. Like, you just burn out all of your energy. And why does this guy have a plat on him? Oh, probably, I bet my bank was full at one point when I was doing some random stuff on him. But, like, animate Bone Fiends is so much easier to use. Animate Bone Minions. Yeah, it's a huge, like, this is going to make Animate Bone Horror on, because my perma-pre is a Warrior Necro. This is going to make Animate Bone Horror so much easier to use on her because it's so much less. Also, all of the activation times being cut down from, like, 3 seconds to 1 second is huge. Like, this is crazy. Now, one of the things that I will note is this will make Stone Summit Nashers in particular way more annoying to deal with because you won't have 3 seconds to interrupt their minion, their Animate Bone Fiend. I could see reducing the cast times to 2 seconds and having Bloodstained reduce the activation time of spells that exploit corpses by 50% instead of 25. I think that would have been a reasonable change to get them down to that as well. MM has always felt kind of like strong but forgotten in some regards. But yeah, this is just some absolutely crazy buffs to making minions. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to, like... I agree. I think 1 second cast is a little bit too fast. I think I would have preferred 2 seconds, but... yeah, Rush to take care of all the minions. It's like, it's good quality of life for my MM hero is making minions at the end of combat and I want to move on. And this makes it easier for them to, like, actually restock their minions from all the corpses and everything. But, like, part of it, too, is it's hard to actually just maintain a minion army. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. The Stone Summit Nashers use Animate Bone Fiend, and it's going to be really obnoxious on them. Because it's much harder to interrupt and deal with now. Like, making minions is really strong. So, we're going to have to see how things kind of play out in that regard. But, like, there's a legit argument to, like... But what if we just made a team comp that is all, like, everybody has, like, 12 death magic and can make minions? Right? Because a level 14 for 5 energy is, like, whatever. Like, you can just do that. Or, like, making just an army of Bone Fiends because of so many Avar. Yeah, it's just going to be... It's a lot to deal with. So these are definitely some huge buffs, and I'm just going to have to see how they actually feel. But a lot of these have had reduced energy costs. And and reduce activation times just across the board. Which, to be fair, reduced energy cost. Yeah. It is a huge playability upgrade. It is an absolutely enormous playability upgrade. It's just, it also makes Minion Bomber more viable, as kind of what you're kind of implying there indirectly, or made me think about Vuniz. But like, it's just like, it's going to be something to kind of feel out, see how it feels. But like, yeah, it's a big change. It's a big change, and I'm going to just, it's going to take me time playing with it to see how it feels. So, yeah, I mean, Shambling Horror is still fine to have like every now and then, but I haven't really ever run fast cast mods of Mesmer, so I don't have much experience with them. Okay, so that's like the first half of things. Another one that's really interesting to me. Are there any other? Okay, yeah. So Consume Corpse, they reduced the energy cost on this from 10 to 5, which makes this a lot more potent as a healing option. This also kind of becomes a way to try to counter minions a little bit. I don't know how I feel about this one in terms of like, does it make me want to use the spell more? Yes. Does it make me want to use it more enough that I actually will? Not sure on that front. Verada's Gaze. That's the next death magic. So this one, it heals minions when you claim them, which definitely makes this a lot more potent. Yeah. Consume Corpse definitely. Yeah, it is annoying because mobs spam it, but like, there's not many mobs with it. And like, the energy change there doesn't affect that. It just makes it easier to get. It's like Crystal Desert, Forgotten, Necromancers have it, and I don't. Those are the main enemies that I think of as having it. It brings it a little bit more in line with Necrotic Traversal, I suppose. I think it's probably better than Necrotic Traversal, but I think that's always been true. Do some of the Azure Shadows do it? I mean, that would definitely be another way of doing it, Mr. Jack. And the teleport effect is interesting, though. But I mean, you could always just do Necrotic Traversal for that. Its unpredictable nature is a little bit hard to make good use of, though. But yeah, Verada's Gaze, healing a minion is like fine when you use it. Yeah, but they changed that when they made it a Shadow Step instead of a true teleport. Because it was having some glitchy effects, I think, is what they're running into. Okay, those are the death magic. Blood magic had like a couple of spells, so let's go ahead and check that out. Oh, they also... Whale of Doom is Soul Reaping, isn't it? Whale of Doom, they increased the duration on that. Which, by like 1 second. I mean, it definitely improves its appeal. I'm still not like... Honestly, like, what I want... Yeah, it's still kind of... I mean, it... That would make... if Necrotic Traversal was your Undead Servant's Shadow Step to target foe, that would be very strong. But, But anyway, the Whale of Doom is definitely more of a PvP buff. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, it's usable in PvE because you can immediately, like... It's a weird sort of pseudo-interrupt in that you nerf something's damage for a short period of time, or its effectiveness for a short period of time, but this is definitely a PvP skill. It makes it slightly more appealing, but... what I really want with Dunes of Despair is for them to make that an explorable map, because we basically explore none of it in the mission anyway. There's just so much wasted geography. So with Blood Magic, they made Blood Ritual have a 1-second cast time instead of 2, which makes this feel a heck of a lot more appealing. It's like a ranged blackout. Like, it's a good way for breaking a formation. So it's if you can find the... Do they still use infusers in PvP? Because if you can find the infuser and shut it down, and then yeah, if you can find the infuser and shut it down, then you can you know, get some benefit from that. Like to execute a spike or whatever. But I don't know what PvP looks like anymore. This Blood Ritual change makes this feel a lot better. And makes it feel a little bit more... I mean, it still is awkward because you have to touch them in order to be able to do it, whereas Blood's power is ranged. Like, if you really wanted to nerf BIP, making it require also to be touch ranged, like Blood Ritual, would be one way of doing it. But this definitely feels like it's an option. This gives 14 energy to target ally. Honestly, if they really wanted to make a difference, they could make Blood Ritual be target touched ally gains X energy instead of giving energy regen. But let's see. But yeah, it's a nice little change. Ravenous Gaze got buffed, which was nice. So this can now basically deal like 80 damage, huh? I guess that's true, Paint 2D. You need to increase the recharge to compensate. All I'm saying is that giving energy instead of energy regen would be an interesting variant. But you're right, the recharge would also have to go up at 2 instead of 2 energy. Yeah, it is. It's fine as is. It's just, it's interesting to think about potential alternative skill options. Yeah. Ravenous Blood Spike. Good AoE size. Like, this definitely is a lot more appealing of a skill now because the damage actually feels like it's there. So that's nice. Yeah, they could make it half range instead of touch range, and that would make Blood Ritual compete a lot better with BIP. Like, the physically having... The one weird thing about that is it's also 5 energy as opposed to 1. But the... although it's obviously half the health sacrifice, is half the energy gain. The other thing that was kind of interesting, though, is it being touch range means that rangers can use it at an energy discount, which is hilarious, but yeah, Ravenous Gaze, significantly more appealing now that it has way more damage. Vampiric Spirit they also affected. So this has reduced activation time and slightly increased health steal. So that definitely feels better of an elite. This is definitely the sort of skill, though, that I would tend to... Honestly, Rav Gaze compares really favorably to E-Surge now, because E-Surge at 16 is 77 damage for the primary target and 57 for the other targets. It probably still has slightly less recharge if your fast casting is high enough, but somewhat similar-ish recharge, but at 5 energy instead of a 10 1 energy. So Ravenous Gaze has, I think it's the same area of effect size too, right? They're both here. I can check real quick. Yeah, because this is also all nearby. So Ravenous Gaze actually probably does better damage than E-Surge now. So, and it like, yeah, it's actually, and the other thing too is because it's only 1 energy, it doesn't tax your energy as much. So Ravenous Gaze might actually be better option than E-Surge for just in terms of a raw damage elite. Now, you don't have as much necessarily supporting infrastructure, but you can still run that and like interrupts and stuff too. That's definitely worth trying out, Mr. Jack. That's a really good observation. Ravenous Gaze Because at 16 blood magic here, this is 82 damage. So, hey Soju TV, Ravenous Gaze is all nearby foes. So this is AOE. And it's going to do more AOE damage than E-Surge, so it might be a viable alternative for armor ignoring AOE. No, it's all AOE. Here, let me... I don't need Gwen in my party for this. So, like, if I go to our practice target over here, you'll see a wall of 41s. Yeah. It's all... Deal 41 damage and steal 41 life from target foe and all nearby foes. I could just imagine several necros doing that. That looks strong, actually. Yeah, I agree. You can see they've all taken the same amount of damage. Yeah, so if you had triple blood necro, that would actually... It's only 1 energy to cast. Yeah, and because you're stealing all of that health, like, the life sacrifice is negated by... Like I lost 36 health there. 1 enemy negated it. So it's like... Now, that isn't to say that there aren't other things that might be better for damage, but in terms of armor ignoring damage, this outperforms E-Surge. Like, in terms of just damage. Like, E-Surge might have... At high enough fast casting, E-Surge will have a shorter recharge. But, like... that's maxing out your fast casting. The other thing, too, is... even if you're not using cons, you can use Awaken the Blood. And you'll sacrifice a little bit more. Yeah, we'll need to look at Feast of Corruption as well, but I'm going through blood magic first. But if I drop on Awaken the Blood, what are our numbers then? It might be redundant, but they should stack, yeah. Yeah. So this is now 44 and 44, so that's an 88 point heal, or 88 damage. And that's just 54 health now with this. Yeah, and you could actually QZ it. Because it only costs 1 energy. Woo! Maybe it's 2 now, but, like, who cares? Like you said. And giving this a 5-second recharge would be nutso. This is a really interesting team build comp idea. You can't get to 22 blood because attributes cap at 20. You can't... I think the 1% while... the plus 1%, 20% chance of plus 1 attribute can get you up to 21 on occasion, but attributes cap at 20. I'm not sure what this is at 20, but it's probably pretty close to 100 damage. You might see 21 on the wiki because the mastery mods can get you up to 21, but yeah, just the idea of being able to use this with QZ for some serious stuff is actually kind of exciting. And, like, sounds like a great way to deal with torment creatures. I'm not sure if I'll be making that because the quest for unlocking all skills doesn't necessarily give me that option, but I definitely can see including our Rav Gaze Necro in there. Yeah, you could also Arcane Echo it. That's really exciting, though. I hadn't thought about, like, just how strong that was going to be. And yeah, Vampiric Spirit is a really solid, like, self-heal now. You've been playing for 3 hours. Please take a break. I will take a small moment to stretch. Ah, that was nice. Yeah, Vampiric Spirit. Like, 1 second just makes it so much easier to use as a self-heal. That's still very situational for me, but it's something to consider in some situations. Okay, curses. Man, that Rav Gaze thing has me kind of excited. Okay, where's my curses at? Okay, so let's see. What curses did they adjust? Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Okay. Feast of Corruption. Yeah, so this one got its recharge cut from 20 to 15. So the damage is still, like, the same. So I think, I mean, even 84 damage, like, you definitely want to have the Hexa stuff now, right? Like, this definitely improves damage-based curse bars. Yeah, this whole thing is armor ignoring. But, like, I could see this being part of a necro-based... Because people used to spam Discord as well. Where is Discord? That's death magic, right? Because, like, Discord-based spam was the thing, but that's non-AoE. I could see Feast of Corruption being part of things. The recharge on this is kind of long. You definitely need to be a Hex Spam team. But yeah, Ravenous Gauge as Edge of Extinction and Quickening Zephyr sounds like it could be good. Yeah, that's definitely something to try. Yeah, you Feast of Corruption, Desecrate Enchantments, Defile Enchantments. Gets you reasonable damage, but I don't think it's 100% there yet. You definitely need like Suffering or something to make Feast of Corruption look good. Or if you have like Meekness or something going on. But I mean, that definitely makes this feel a lot more viable. I will say that. Part of it is 15 energy is just a very long cast time. I know the one you're talking about. Do I have it on this character? No. It's Kurzik / Luxon. Yeah. I probably wouldn't tend to use that one. You could use Signet of Corruption though, with this sort of build, just to help mirror my energy. Cry of Pain cares about them suffering from Mesmer Hacks and does AoE damage and such. It is a good spell. Yeah, so Feast of Corruption. The thing is, you need AoE hexes to really make this sing, but a little bit more viable. Not as exciting as Ravenous Gaze, but because the 15 energy is so high and whatnot. Lingering Curse, they also buffed. They gave this 1 point more of health degen, which makes it a little bit better in those sort of pressure builds. And they increased the healing reduction from 20 to 25%, which definitely makes this a much stronger pressure hex. Not that that's a super viable PvE strategy, but I like that. I like the buff for it. Let's see. I don't think they touched Suffering. It's over here now. But it's like a better version of Suffering now. Hello, Withering. Oh, I appreciate the buff to it. It's definitely not like... Yeah, at 15 is definitely too high for Feast of Corruption. I can understand it potentially being a little high for Lingering Curse and PvE in particular, but this is a very strong... 10-second recharge is pretty low. Long duration hex. This is very strong in PvP, I think, for pressure-based teams. So... also, surprisingly, Spiteful Spirit got a buff. They made it last longer, and they increased its damage by a notable amount. So this is... Yes. All the non-elite DPS blood magic spells look like trash. That is correct. Yeah, Spiteful Spirit has approximately 10 more damage. Yeah, yeah. If there's a way to make it harder to remove, um, or like when lingering curse is removed, if it causes disease or something like that on removal, would be pretty interesting. But Spiteful Spirit though buff. I mean I already liked Spiteful Spirit, so this being buffed was really nice. Um, it's really wild to me because like I remember back in the day, before the AI AoE scatter was implemented, and you could stand at spellcasting range, which is just outside of aggro range, and drop arcane echoed meteor showers and firestorms on enemies. Like that was the meta, and then once AI AoE scatter was introduced, the meta switched to arcane echoed spiteful spirit. So seeing this like buff here is wild to me. But it's very exciting to see like a spell that I like become a bit stronger. Let's see. The only other spell in Necromancer or skill in Necromancer I need to talk about is Weaken Armor, which had its cast time reduced from 1 second to a half second, which is I have very little comment about on. It's a nice little buff, I suppose, but I don't know how much of a difference it'll actually make. Reckless Haste is... I could see a buff for it. Okay. This brings us to Paragon. And I also was quite right. Today's stream is dedicated to reviewing all the new skills, and that will be it. Kind of suspected that would be the case, though. There's just so many things to talk about. There's Carmen Angelus. Okay. Oh man, there's so many things to talk about here. So, first of all, friggin' motivation got a huge shot in the arm. But we'll talk about that, I guess. Let's just start with... Oh, cool. I have critical strikes right now. Neat. I guess Spear Mastery. So Spear Mastery... well, we'll talk about... Aggressive Refrain is that... Where is Aggressive Refrain? It's right here. So Aggressive Refrain, they reduced the energy cost from 25 to 15, which is a lot more reasonable. They also reduced the activation time from 2 to 1. Like, I think this just makes it a little bit easier to reapply it and such. Makes it a lot easier to put on the first time and stuff. And so, like, that makes this a lot better feeling, quite frankly. Like, I understand why it was kind of nerfed a little bit harshly, but I definitely appreciate it being given a little bit of a buff here. Just to make this feel a little better. Actually, something I should check. This might be viable on Warrior now. Or Ranger. If you have a way of keeping it up. And you have a leadership weapon. Because 5 leadership means that you could theoretically keep this up. I can kind of see what you're talking about, Mr. Jack, in that regard. Are there any other leadership skills? Inspirational speech is motivation, right? I think it's like all motivation and spear. So, talking about spear mastery, Cruel Spear they buffed. So they decreased the adrenaline cost on this from 7 to 6, and they increased the damage by a chunk. Look at that. Plus 47 damage. At 14 spear. Yeah, yeah, because they improved the recharge on yeah, because to the limit's 10-second recharge. So you could actually use to the limit to keep up aggressive refrain on warrior, right? Because it's uh without specking in tactics, actually. It'd be a little wonky, but you could. Um but I mean you could just use yeah, you could do something to make that kind of work. But so this has gotten big buff. I think Mighty Throw going to where's Mighty Throw? Unblockable Throw got a buff. Look at that. That is absurd now, isn't that? One second activation time is actually a buff. Like, this seems so strong. Like, I don't know if they fully understood that 11 at 1, 10 at 0. Oh, sure. I can see this being nerfed in PV, needing a PvP nerf, because, like, this is absurd, isn't it? Like, the difference between, like, 1 second, I think, isn't that a faster activation than normal attack speed? It seems absolutely crazy. And Unblockable Throw, like, both of these seem absolutely ridiculous. Like, the reason Mighty Throw had a 3-second activation time is because it was, like, a slow attack. So you're spending adrenaline for a bigger attack. And it was, I never wanted to use it, but... Oh my goodness, look at that. This is nuts. Could you imagine this also? Like, this is perfectly fine to use on a warrior with armor penetration. And, like, yeah. Like, if you have, just focused anger... Like, if you use focused anger, you could use this on literally every attack. That sounds terrifying. Unblockable Throw also is crazy strong now. Oh, I'm sure it's being used in PvP. Like, they're going to have to nerf it. It, like, increase give it, like, a 3-second recharge or something. And increase the activation time to, like, 2 seconds, or, like, a second and a half, maybe. And then that would be in line, probably. This is, like, it is an outlier in damage. Wearying Spear is just not worth using. Because being weakened for 5 seconds is... Like, you would never use Wearying Spear over this freaking Mighty Throw. Like, ever. Yeah. I understand what you mean, Mr. Jack. The other one that got adjusted is Stunning Strike deals more damage now and costs less adrenaline, which is also a nice buff for it. So they really improved Spear a lot. Maybe a little bit more than they intended to. I kind of want to try... I just want to see how this looks right now. If I bring Focused Anger. The other thing that's important to remember, too, is attacks happen halfway through the activation time. So this is coming out at half a second. This freaking reminds me of Needling Shot. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is the 100 armor thing, right? Oh my goodness. That is disgusting. That's like needling shot. Wild. Absolutely wild. I know. Oh yeah, yeah. The Ebon Battle Standard of Honor. Absolutely nutso. Yeah, that needs a nerf. But holy crap, is that amazing. This is also like I was using friggin' Holy Spear because it was like a reasonable stat line for spear attacks at 4 adrenaline with plus 19 damage. That occasionally I could hit like a spirit or a minion or something and ruin it. Now unblockable throw is just like so much better damage. There's no reason I would not just use that. that is nutso. Inspirational speech is motivation, right? Let's take a look at motivation. So this is like somewhat reasonable specking for it. Where's my... I have motivation pants. There's no reason to... It's going to be the same animation regardless. Okay. So, Area of Restoration. Oh, yeah, the power is yours. Okay, so this is actually... This gives each ally 2 energy. Which is so much better. The power is yours feels like it's actually viable energy management now and not just a trigger. So that's good. Area of Restoration now has a 10-second recharge, which makes it feel a lot more playable. So much more playable. Area of Zeal, also they dropped the recharge. And it's now 5 energy to use. And reduced activation time down to 1 second. And gave it a 10-second recharge. Like, this is so much more usable. Like, it doesn't break your energy bank the same way. Because, like, leadership caps out at, like, what? I mean, at 12 is going to be 6 energy. So, like, this actually kind of nets you a little bit of energy. That's fair, Mr. Jack. But, like, it still is way better energy management for your party. It's, like, good energy management for yourself and for your party now. Or, like, reasonable energy management for your party. So, like, the power is yours might be a viable alternative to BIP spam. Potentially, for example. Area of Zeal now is a great way to support your party's energy. Like, they've really improved Motivation's ability to support your party's energy, is what I'm saying, between these 2 changes. Ballad of Restoration, they dropped the recharge down to 10 seconds, so this is way more usable. Like, they basically made Motivation, like, took it to, like, pre-nerfs, because it got some really big nerfs when, like, Paragon, like, Mass Paragons was super busted. And they've pulled it back to, like, where it had been. Course of Restoration is really good for Paragon, and so is Energizing. Energizing Course is so strong. Wow, they buffed this, didn't they, in the last round of buffs? The 3 seconds. It used to be 4. It used to be 4 adrenaline. Now it's 3. Inspirational Speech. You lose all adrenaline and target other ally gain 6 strikes of adrenaline. This is actually potentially really good for yeah. Well, like +3 at this leadership, but yeah. Inspirational Speech, though, that's a lot of adrenaline gain. This is actually potentially useful for buffing up an ally or getting them going on secondary Paragons that don't need the adrenaline. Wonder if there's any way they can make Paragon strong, but with diminishing returns, so having more than one para doesn't add much. There are definitely ways that they could approach that, Mr. Jack. One of them is to have leadership not count other Paragons, other primary Paragons. That would destroy their energy management if you stacked too many Paragons. That'd probably be the first thing that I'd do. It's like, You gain 2 energy for each ally affected by one of your shouts or chants, or like for each ally or non-primary Paragon ally, or like for each ally that doesn't also have leadership affected by one of your shouts or chants. It's probably like, because like otherwise you have too many leaders, right? So if it doesn't affect other people that have leadership, then that immediately makes stacking Paragons a lot less viable. Like you can maybe run like 2, 3, and then you're starting to really cut into energy too much. That would definitely be a way to try anyway. But yeah, the inspirational speech buff definitely seems like this is something that you could use. So you reduce the recharge from 20 to 10, which just makes it so much more appealing. So I could see using this on a secondary Paragon on somebody that doesn't need the energy, the adrenaline. It's also just good for pumping somebody else up in the middle of or at the start of combat. Lyric of Purification. They reduce the recharge of this from 20 to 10, which I think is good. This makes this a lot more usable. Not that I think it's great, but it makes it a lot more usable. Let's see. Song of Restoration. Where is Song of Restoration? Right here, the Elite. Yes. Song of Restoration, they reduce the recharge to 10, so that makes this a lot better for healing your party. I definitely feel like they have really, really buffed motivation. Zealous Anthem also reduced its recharge to 10 seconds. So that makes this a heck of a lot better, too. So this is just like, overall, motivation was like, remember all these nerfs that happened to you like a decade and a half ago? What if we didn't? So it makes motivation just feel so, so, so much better. And it makes me actually want to bring a motivation Paragon now to support my party. And there's so much like healing potential in here now that it feels like healing and energy management potential that feels like it could potentially help mitigate the need for a BIP to some degree, as well as like, yeah, it basically feels like Motivation Paragon might be able to take the place of Resto BIP, which then opens up that Necromancer hero to Ravenous Gaze. So those are all some very exciting things. Okay, time to talk about Ranger. Ranger got a little bit or a lot, depending upon how you want to count all the nature rituals. Where is Will? Over here. I wish I had a way of sorting my characters by creation dates. Here's Will. For some reason, Sarlacc Sanitarium. I don't know if we'll need to test any of these things out, but... Okay. So most of these are also buffs. Yeah, this will be fine. Except for Wilderness Survival. So Barbed Trap... I guess we'll glance at Barbed Trap. Barbed Trap, the main thing here is they reduce the energy cost from 15 to 10, which helps make trap builds easier to operate, I guess, suppose. Sort by playing time would be nice. I wonder if there's a good spot to suggest some of these things. I really want sort by creation date, but we just have like some random sort that's the default, or like alphabetical, I think. I'm like, that disorients me. Sort by creation date is the sort that I want most. Or sort by age, or however you want to phrase it. So like that's a nice buff, I suppose, but not something that I have strong feelings about. Yes. So traps in PvE are like a dedicated build or not really used. So like it's possible like set up a bunch of traps and then lure enemies into them and watch them explode in a shower of traps. But like it's a very dedicated thing. So I don't know. I don't have strong feelings on that particular change. Bestial Mauling. This got reduced from 20 seconds to 10. Yeah, like, that's the thing, is, like, trap teams are really interestingly unique in the way that they operate. And traps as a concept are really cool, but they're functionally difficult to do well in the way that PvE works at present. Yes, like, traps are a strategy that tend to be all or none. You're either, like, going completely in on traps and, like, trying to layer a bunch of traps, that way enemies walk into them and get burst for about 500 damage, or you don't use them. And they could theoretically be good backline support, but the easy interruptibility and 2-second activation time tends to make it very difficult to use them that way. And just the general nature of PvE, just, yeah, because you could have, like Death Trap is, I mean, Barb Trap, speaking of which, but, like, Barb Trap crippling your enemies makes it a lot easier to kite melee, right? But, like, you can also just make the enemies dead and bring displacement, and you don't need to worry about that. So, but again, we'll have to see how things kind of feel with some of the changes to mesmer damage, right? Make a skill that teleports all enemies to your traps. Yeah. But, like, excuse me, you could use snare to accomplish that goal, right? And, like, dust trap, the blind is effective, but I mean, here's the thing, like, you can see, excuse me, so much talking. You can see in Guild Wars 2 their implementation of traps there, where they basically are instant activation, and that in that case they kind of function just like PB AoE skills. So I don't know that you necessarily want them to go that line, but you know, I mean, it would have to work a little bit like Taunt does, where it prevents skill usage and you can only auto attack, right? That's how Taunt works in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, in Guild Wars 2, traps are just a point blank area of effect spell, effect skill. Exactly, I agree. They don't feel like you can use them like traps, but they don't feel like traps. But, like, it's difficult to make them function that way, right? So I don't know. I like the idea of traps. It's just, how do you make them feel like they play well? That's the challenge. Anyway, I'm gonna go crack my window because it is getting hot in here. Okay, that should help. Okay, Bestial Mauling. So they changed this from 20 seconds to 10 seconds, which is always going to be a benefit to it, but what does this skill do? Your animal companion attempts a Bestial Mauling that deals some plus damage, and if it strikes a knockdown foe, that foe stays for 8 seconds. I mean, yeah, this skill is hard enough to effectively hit with that there is no reason for it to have a 20-second cooldown. Like, the 20-second cooldown feels like it is in place assuming that the days will work, and there's no reliable consideration for making that work. That's an interesting idea, Stacky T. I do think it's fine for traps to work as they currently do. Honestly, the biggest problem with traps is just the way that PvE plays, because they would work better if the enemy function, like if the way play worked was a little bit different. It's like anything that's more of a positional long-term strategy tends to fall apart in the face of how the AI works a lot of the time. So, are there any? Yes, disrupting lunge. They also decreased the recharge on that from 20 to 10 seconds, which makes it feel more viable to use as an interrupt. Oh, I guess I was trying out quick shot with its. They decreased the activation on that one, and it felt better. Maiming Strike. It's down here. They decrease... No, they remove the condition to hit a moving foe and apply crippled if the attack hits, so... Your animal companion attempts a maiming strike that deals plus damage, and if the attack hits... okay, so it's just guaranteed cripple, which makes this a lot more useful. Yeah, Ranger is the physical version of Mesmer in many regards, so... And its version of Energy Surge is Splinter Barrage. But yeah. But anyway, this makes Maiming Strike feel a lot better to use. And then Pounce. Not Bestial Pounce. Regular Pounce. So this, they reduce the recharge from 15 to 10, which also helps make it feel better. Okay, if it strikes a moving foe, that foe's knocked down. Yeah, I think there's a lot of, like, conditional pet stuff that they're like, this has longer recharges because it's acting as if they're more reliable than they are, so... I definitely appreciate that. The other skills that they adjusted... So, one of the other big changes is that, like, all nature rituals got reduced to a 2-second activation time, which is going to make them feel a lot better to use. A little bit harder to interrupt, but a lot better to use. And actually try to keep around. Oh, yeah. There's some piercing stuff in like that in Guild Wars 2, and having that sort of thing backported into some Guild Wars 1 stuff would be nice. In particular, if like Power Shot feels like a skill that could be primed for like going through multiple enemies. And that would be cool. You could actually do something with Splinter Shot where like if it hits 2 enemies, then on the second enemy it splinters into AoE. In that same sort of way, that would be kind of cool. But Broadhead Arrow, they buffed this by decreasing the energy cost and reducing the recharge, both from 15 to 10. So that makes Broadhead Arrow better, which also means that Afflicted Rangers are going to be more disruptive because they use Broadhead Arrow, so that's something to be aware of. And I guess Melandry Shot was seeing a lot of PvP usage because they increased the recharge from... Well, they say they increased the recharge from 8 to 12, but it might be PvP only? Is this a split skill? Hang on. No? Well, they said they increased the recharge, but they did not increase the recharge on Melandry Shot. It would be interesting if you could equip Beastmastery skills on pets. I think that would be a bit powerful, but... Yeah, GW2 pets are a lot more interesting. Like, if each pet type had its own inbuilt skill that it could use, that would be really neat. But that would be a substantial change. But I agree. Like, Guild Wars 2's pet implementation is more interesting than Guild Wars 1's pet implementation. You have to start somewhere. Do I have anything to say about the reducing... Yeah, it's just reducing nature ritual activations from 3 to 2. Clearly, they're trying to push nature rituals to being usable. Say that to wins. But anyway... I will particularly note, like, it makes something like Favorable Winds feel more usable in... PvE with a bunch of rangers. But the thing is, a lot of times nature rituals have such minor effects that it feels weird to try to build around them. So that would be wild. Favorable Winds made Bone Fiends better. Predatory Season. All healing is reduced by 20%, but attacks gain you 5 health. Like, I feel like Quickening Zephyr is an extremely impactful like Edge of Extinction, Quickening Zephyr. Is that Wilderness Survival? I don't remember where QZ is. I don't typically use it myself. I just get annoyed by it. Like Quickening Zephyr, like some of these nature rituals have really strong effects. And then some of them are like, and like Pestilence has a strong effect, for example. Or at least it's kind of a build around effect that you can kind of work on for like a condition flavored sort of team. But then you have things like Muddy Terrain, which negates speed boosts and decrease movement speed. And it's like, okay, but what am I doing in PvE with this? Like, you know what I mean? Like maybe this has some PvP applications, but Roaring Winds, shouts and chants cost more energy. I guess that like helps you fight shouts and chants a little bit, but Mighty Terrain is more interesting because foes use it and bothers players. Yeah, that's kind of like, how often am I worrying about that? Or like, so many of these Primal Echoes is pretty good at countering signets, but like you don't care about doing that in PvE. Yeah, it definitely feels like most of the spirits are more for enemies to give areas a feel than for anything. That's true, but like it is I wish they were a bit more impactful to build around for player usage. And like some of them are, like Quickening Zephyr is absolutely something you build around. There are times when you want Frozen Soil. Not many, but there are some. So, anyway, that's Ranger. Ranger didn't get a whole lot of changes unless you count all of the nature rituals going from 3 seconds to 2 seconds. A lot of changes. Have they been showing up in Ranger? The problem is that Ranger just needs more skills to make up for enemy-only skills like traps and nature rituals. I guess I can understand that as an argument, though. It's not like, but Rangers also have like 4 games worth of skills as opposed to Paragon and Dervish only having 2 games. And like, Eye of the North is like not a full game worth of skills for each profession anyway. It's only 10. None of them elites. So. Okay, Ritualist. So there's not actually as much to talk about Ritualist as it initially appears because a lot of these are PvP. Which one of these is my older one? Probably her, right? I'm just trying to figure out which one would have all of the skills and which one wouldn't. I'm going to go to G-Top here. So a lot of these changes are, it looks like buffing spirits in PvP. The problem is that Ranger... Yeah, okay, I already read that. So, like, Anguish, Bloodsong, Dissonance, Pain, Shadow Song. These are all PvP versions that got, like, reduced activation times and reduced recharges. To some extent. Some of them had reduced recharges. Most of them were having the activation time from 3 seconds to 1.5. Shadow Song was from 5 seconds to 2. I would like them to make new skills, but I think that's, like, it's something for them to build up to. Spirit Light Weapon, so, like, that was one of the ones. That one looked kind of absurd. In a good way. So Protective with Kalai, they reduced the recharge from 25 to 20 seconds, which I don't have strong feelings on that. Protective with Kalai is a very commonly used spell, though, so it seemed a bit unnecessary. But, you know, it's nice to have that be a little bit shorter, I suppose. Again, I just don't have strong feelings about that one. Like, it was already a very used spell, so... Spirit Siphon... So Spirit Siphon is an interesting one. They increase the amount that you gain, but notably, they really buffed the low end. So, where it used to be... If I just throw this on my bar so I can keep track of it. I don't need to look at Destructible Glaive. So, Spirit Siphon on the low end, well, obviously I have a channeling hat on. But if I take my hat off, oh my goodness, she has 3 birthday vouchers. If I take the hat off, then Spirit Siphon is 30%, which is like actually fairly viable. Yeah, I bet it made Devona SOS better in pre-saving. And if I take channeling up, it's going to climb a lot quicker. It's like 40% of 5, and that's so much closer to where it capped out at before. So like 8 is not an unreasonable. Like you might go like 7 for some builds, I think. Just 44%, which is near where it used to cap out at, right? Yeah. So it's a lot better at low channeling investments, which is really cool. 3 to 4 more from full energy spirit. Yeah. And like, so that's definitely a huge buff to channeling. Or to that particular skill. But I think it's nice to get some more energy. Like part of it is it feels like they have been buffing some energy management options outside of BIP, so that way it's providing more alternatives to BIP. So we might see, I would not be entirely surprised if we see a BIP nerf coming up in a few months. As they have been like trying to support other energy management options to kind of like take some of that place and distribute some of that. Spirit strength, I'll talk about briefly. The restoration magic got a couple of things that I do want to talk about as well. But spirit strength, this went down from 30 seconds to 20 seconds, which just makes it easier to keep it up. I think they could probably decrease the recharge a little bit more even, just to make it easier to maintain. Because like often if you're using it, this is like what your build is, but yeah, energy boons buff. I need to try out energy boon some, but I haven't captured it in my unlock all skills playthrough yet, and it's that's mostly what I've been playing. So this is really nice for making spirit strength like easier to keep around. Honestly, it's kind of viable at 5 spawning power. 15 more damage while under the effects of a weapon spell with 30-second uptime with 20-second recharge actually kind of works. Obviously not as good, but like that's similar to what you get off of a conjure to an extent, so. Yeah, energy boon keeps you alive better, whereas BIP kind of kills you. So that's neat. Weapon of Quickenings, that's communing, right? Weapon of Quickening, yeah, because they already decreased its cast time to 1 second earlier, and now they reduced the energy cost from 10 to 5. This definitely makes this a lot more appealing as a way of helping your... you could use Weapon of Quickening to improve the... instead of Quickening Zephyr, to improve the cast times on your... what does this look like with actual investment in communing? Yeah, 21 second duration is not bad. So you could actually use this to improve the cast times of some of your spells if you wanted to, rather than QZ as an option. It's definitely like they have buffed Weapon of Quickening to the point where it's like starting to look pretty appealing actually to me. Not like super appealing, but appealing enough that I'm like, maybe I want to try this one. See if it's providing enough benefit that I want to use it. Because reducing the recharge of spells by 33%. Plus, like, you can use it on yourself and with your binding rituals, so. Why does this character have a stack of clovers? I'm so confused. Yeah, Tranquil's Tennyson also. This got a buff. Reduced the energy cost from 10 to 5, which makes it a lot more appealing. And they also reduced the recharge from 20 to 15, so you can actually maintain it. Yeah, for sure. But, like, it still can be quite... Like, imagine you're a dual attune Ellie, and you have Weapon of Quickening put on you, right? That will help you cast your spells more quickly, and you don't have to worry about the energy. It's not the energy cost, I don't think. I think Mr. Jack is talking about the energy cost that is happens when you increase your recharges. When your recharges are cut by a third, you'll cast your spells more frequently, so you use energy up more rapidly. So it makes energy management more important. But yeah, Tranquil of Tennyson is now maintainable more reasonably. What is the... Hang on. I need to... Wait, what is Tranquil of Tennyson? Restoration magic. Oh, okay. Okay, so 10 restoration magic gets you roughly 100% uptime. Tranquil of Tennyson, so that's neat. That makes Tranquil of Tennyson a lot better as a way of preventing interrupting and making yourself more durable. I could see using this, being more interested in using this. Spirit Light Weapon, they increased the health gain on this, right? Yeah, and they increased the health gain on it by quite a bit, too. This is a very, like, 42 health per second is nutso. Like, think about that for a moment. Like, this is... It is... Yeah. Because it's 2 health per second. So this is equivalent to 21 pips of health regen. That is... Ignores the cap. If you're in earshot of a spirit. Outside of earshot of a spirit, this is a healing breeze. Or a little bit stronger than healing breeze. But it ignores the regen cap. Like, yeah, this is very, very powerful. And, like, the thing is, this can get up to, like... Because right now I don't have maximized restoration. Like, at 26, like, this is crazy. Yeah, exactly. This isn't... It can't be stripped. Lineem? Lineem? I'm trying to read the thing. But yeah, that's so strong. Yeah, no, I thought this was a good skill before. Like, I'm like, wait, they buffed a skill that I thought was already strong and made it even stronger? What? So that's super viable. Then Vengeful as Kanai is the other one that I haven't talked about yet. Yeah. So what do they do here? They reduce the recharge from 20 to 15. Okay. And they increase the health steal by about 10. I feel like that has some applications for some farming builds. Yeah, Spirit Light Weapon is pretty easy to slot in on certain bars. And, like, the thing is, like, even at 10 resto, that's 18. So, like, I'm just thinking, if you're holding this as a 55, you're not dying. But you do need to figure out how to get the recharge, like, that ratio to work. But there's probably some way of doing it. I don't know. Excuse me. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, even at 10 resto, this feels... Spirit Light Weapon feels super, super good. So. Okay, this brings us to Warrior. Is Warrior the last one? Yeah, Warrior is the last one. Yeah, so the wiki notes... Yeah, interesting. Wastrel's Demise was updated in all game modes. Melandra Shot did not get changed. Okay. Warrior. Where's Barry? Good old Baratus. Okay, so this is one that I really needed to look at. Berserker Stance. Okay, so what do they do here? For 13 seconds, you attack 33% faster and gain double adrenaline, and ends if you use a skill. Huh. So they increased the energy cost from 5 to 10, reduced the recharge from 20 to 10, increased the effective duration, and increased the adrenaline gain. I don't know if I think this is a good skill or not. Okay, you don't need very much strength investment to get 100% uptime with it. It's a great question, Mr. Jack, and I don't have an answer for you. Well, it does increase your attack speed, but... So at 6, it has... Is it 6? 5? 4? 3? So at 4 strength, it has 100% uptime. That's the only thing that scales with it. So you could... So one of the things that's notable about that is you could throw, you know, all of your attribute points into tactics and swordsmanship and have 4 strength left over for using Berserker Stance. It barely scales. 5, 11, yeah, 8 to 14. Like that barely scales with strength. I could definitely see this being a PvP thing. If you have a warrior suffix too, you could yeah, because this builds you up really quickly. So it's a way to kind of get going. I could see it being a PvP related thing. Huh. I don't know. I'm not quite sure where I would use it is the thing. It does not require very much strength investment to be able to make use of it, but yeah, it should be at least ends if you use a non-attack skill. I agree with that. If it was changed to ends if you use a non-attack skill, then I would be way more over it. Otherwise, like, as it is, I'm a little bit perplexed by it still. I think I'm currently invested in swordsmanship, right? Yeah. So swordsmanship, Dragon Slash, they decrease its adrenaline cost to 8, which makes it a lot easier to do its shenanigans, which is cool. I mean, I feel like this is one of the stronger swordsmanship elites to begin with, so seeing a buff here is nice. I need to sell some random stuff on this character. Anybody looking to buy Forget-Me-Nots? 20%. Victo's Blade. So let's see. I heard people talking about 100 blades. So Dragon Slash got a nice buff. Hamstring, so this was a pleasant surprise. Hamstring they reduced to 5 energy, and they recharge from 15 to 10. So that makes this feel a lot better. It's also really nice to be able to open up a fight by crippling your foe. But yeah, it makes Hamstorm a lot more viable as a bar too. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, Hamstring is actually usable now. I agree. I agree with that. And then Quivering. So Savage Slash they also buffed. How do they buff this one, right? Yeah. They reduced the recharge from 15 to 10. So they're trying to make this easier to interrupt with. If a stack hits, it interrupts target foe's action. If that action was a spell, you deal a bunch of extra damage. So that's a more rapid interrupt. I think this is trying to push Sword to be better. They also did some... So Quivering Blade, they fixed their error, so it now actually deals damage again. So that's nice. Should just be some skills with payoff for crippled. Yeah, I think it would be nice if they had a skill that inflicted deep wound if your foe is crippled. As it is, the only one is Knee Cutter, which gives you energy and adrenaline if they are crippled. Yeah. Hamstring Mata Crevice mission. Its Quivering Blade buff was nice, and then let's see what is Hunter Blades. For 15 seconds, whenever you attack with a sword, all adjacent foes take slashing damage. And I think, yeah, they decrease the recharge from 25 to 20, which makes it easier to keep it up, and they increase the damage by about 10 on the upper end, which is where I'm at now. So that's definitely going to be stronger. Oh, Galrath Slash. I want to see what this actually looks like numbers-wise. Okay, Sprint on top of this was redundant because they don't stack. Yeah, it is specifically... Yeah, it does hit the foe that you're attacking as well, so that's nice. Yeah, I mean, that definitely feels strong. It's going to be worse against... Because it's slashing damage, it's going to be worse against enemies that have armor, but... that definitely... I can see that being solid. So I'd need to spend some time actually playing with it to see how much damage it does. So it's beyond kind of the scope of this test, but... Let's see. The other skills to mention, To the Limit. We already kind of saw this, but they decreased the recharge on this from 15 to 10, which surprised me because I thought it was already good, but that's definitely... It's like it's a shot in the arm to getting warriors going. I think that's one of the things too. Berserker Stance and To the Limit help you get a warrior going because you need to get that adrenaline going for it to actually be viable in combat. So this helps with that a good bit, which is definitely nice. So having that, but like To the Limit, being able to be used more frequently allows you to be able to use it at the next encounter more readily. So that's helpful. Gain 3 seconds of adrenaline for 8 seconds whenever you use adrenaline skill. It recharges for 3 seconds. Yeah, so it feels like Rage of the Tuca actually kind of is not very good right now. Oh, the other tactic skill that they buffed was Gladiator's Defense, which they decreased the recharge of this from 30 to 20, which makes it so much easier to actually keep up, which is cool. I don't know that it has a whole lot of application, but man, I remember farming Griffins with Gladiator's Defense back in the day, so it makes me happy to see the skill get a buff. Didn't they also nerf its duration? Though, like, they used to have a longer duration, and then they nerfed that, and then they... oh yeah, Troll Farm. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, melee-only enemies and prophecies that it was really good at. You mean like Soldier's Stance? Yeah, Gladiator's Defense. The thing is, Gladiator's Defense just does not stack up well against Flashing Blades. In that Flashing Blades is in your weapon attribute and reflex damage against melee attacks. But this doesn't require you to be attacking. So, I know, I like Gladiator's Defense, so I think they did recently nerf it, though. So, seeing it get a buff to its recharge is nice. Okay. Strength. Oh, yeah, Fear Me. They also buffed Fear Me. So what do they do here? They reduced the recharge from 6 to 4 and increased the energy loss from by a bit. Yeah, so it used to be 1 to 4, and now it's 2 to 6. So I definitely appreciate that buff. It definitely feels like they're to the limit. In particular, that change is trying to supercharge warriors being able to get going in PvP. Okay, there's a couple of axe skills to talk about, and headbutt. So headbutt they'd previously adjusted to decrease the day's duration, and then people were like, "But my plague touch build." Like, okay, and they increased that again. So they decreased the recharge from 15 to 10, and they decreased the energy cost from 15 to 10, and they increased the day's duration from 5 to 10. I mean, that makes it a lot more usable. I mean, this is 4 strength, and it's got good damage, so. What is it at this value? Yeah, 92 damage. That's armor ignoring as well. And then you can pass the days on with Plague Touch. Hooray. I mean, it seems fine. Not, like, exciting, but, like, still a 2 in my old ranking system. And that, I feel like you're putting it in a specific build, but I don't know. Maybe if you try it out, it becomes a little bit better, but one of the other challenges, too, is AI is going to try to remove the days from you, which your heroes will or whatever. So that's a little bit of a challenge, but I appreciate that they made the Plague Touch component of this work at least somewhat again. So that's a welcome change. And making it a little bit easier to use also helps buff those bars. So I always like seeing a niche sort of build around skill, which is kind of what headbutt to some extent is improved, which is nice. Also, warriors don't care about the days, so it's just fine for them to just get some additional armor ignoring damage in there. The other thing that's also really notable about this is a way to potentially finish off a foe that's blocking. So this has some viable applications in those regards too, which is cool and worth considering in certain areas. Okay. I'm going to swap over to Axe Mastery and talk about some Axe stuff. Let me ask you a question, etc., etc. Where's my Zealous Shadow Axe? Yeah. And I have Chor's Axe. I don't know why I don't have a... Do I have a Furious Axe on this character? I might not have a Furious Axe on this character. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Where's my Axe Hat? That's Superior Strength Hammer, Minor Tactics, Major Axe. Good old Bucket Helm. Okay. I'm definitely going to be glad to wrap up after talking about these because I am mentally fatiguing. It's a lot of processing. Okay, so under here, I think there's like, what, 3 axe skills that are changed? Disrupting Chop, Eviscerate, and Cleave? Is that right? These are the last 3 skills to talk about? As my voice feels like it's fading on me. So this one, they gave increased recharge from 0 to 1. I don't have a strong opinion on this, but it's very interesting. I think that just keeps it from restoring itself, right? Like, that doesn't feel like it has a huge impact. By the way, Eviscerate, they changed this one as well. They increased the damage a big chunk, which is nice. Axe's damage, or like Eviscerate had been nerfed. Like, it started off higher and got nerfed over time. Man, look at Decapitate. Yeah, they're trying to bring it more in line with where they moved Decapitate to. But Eviscerate, they had like at one point in time cuts damage because eviscerating was a key part of spikes in a lot of builds in PvP, I think. Probably. That might be why. I'm not entirely sure. But it's nice to see Eviscerate get some more damage again, help improve Axe's single target damage. Especially, like, Decapitate actually costs less adrenaline now than Eviscerate after its buff. But obviously it has a downside of draining all of your adrenaline and energy. So, but Eviscerate, I appreciate that buff and I welcome it. I think it was usable before, but this makes it better, so that's nice. Cleave also... Yeah, this one, the description is a little bit complicated, it sounds like. So you hit 2 adjacent foes for 40 slashing damage. Yeah. So it's 1 on the low end, 2 on the high end, it looks like. So this is probably, like, not quite triple chop. Because it hits specific foes. And it also sounds like from the wiki description that that is... like Death Blossom's bonus damage. Where it... Yeah, it doesn't count as a hit, so it won't build you adrenaline. Okay, I'm just going to confirm some things here. Yeah. That's still a nice buff to cleave. That makes cleave feel... Wow, that was a big hit. Must have been a crit, but critting that target for 110 damage was nice. So this feels like it's trying to slow Disrupting Chop spam down a bit with its disable. So I imagine if you have stuff like For Great Justice that was increasing your rate of gaining for adrenaline, is probably in PvP enabling Disrupting Chop to be spammed a little too much or something. I'm not entirely sure. But this 1 second recharge is just to keep... is almost entirely to keep Disrupting Chop from charging itself. It also makes it so that way it's... You can't, like... If you use... There's a couple of... There's... Yeah, Critical Chop is a quick activating skill. So you could theoretically use that afterwards as well to quickly gain an additional strike of... Like, get an additional hit in or additional strike of adrenaline. Agonizing Chop is similarly quick activating. So I imagine the change to Disrupting Chop was to help prevent some interrupting spam, but yeah, I'm extremely perplexed by this 1 second recharge on it. I don't think it like does much to the skill. It makes it slightly harder to chain, slightly worse, but like it doesn't feel like it's... It feels so minimal that I am somewhat perplexed by the change to Disrupting Chop. But the change to Cleave is definitely welcome. Giving Axe a little bit more AoE, helping cement its specialty in AoE as well. Especially with the 100 Blades buff is very nice. So I am definitely happy to see... There's another one of those 110 hits. I'm happy to see the buff to Cleave. That man is doing 70 damage off of my axe. So that must have been a high damage... that must have been a critical hit. Like, look at that. Anyway. Nice buff to Cleave. Okay. Also, it means that Cleave now cleaves. Haha! Okay, I think that covers all of the skills now. Apparently it's armor ignoring physical damage. Is Cleave better than Triple Chop? No. They're different. So Triple Chop... Triple Chop hits all adjacent foes for plus 40 damage, and it's an attack, so it will build adrenaline on each one of those, and it can hit any number of foes adjacent to you. Cleave, on the other hand, will hit 2 adjacent foes for 40 slashing damage, which is apparently an armor-ignoring slashing damage, which is really weird. But it does not hit multiple foes in the way that builds adrenaline. And I imagine... I would have to... I guess we can check this now. So if I brought... do I have this on commuting? Yeah. So dropping my strength down a bit and putting on some communing. Let's just test this real quick. Yeah, triple chop will do splinter procs. That's what I'm checking, is to see if these hits count. Like, if brutal weapon will buff them or not. This is why we're here, to test things. So, triple chop has advantages. Cleave has advantages. They have pros and cons relative to each other. Yeah. So these are like Death Blossom AoE. It's just two specific random foes get it. Not like the brutal weapon damage is not spreading. So yeah, triple chop will splinter will trigger effects on you, and cleave will not. But cleave is only a 4 adrenaline attack with decent plus damage that now has some AoE. I didn't test the full dagger spam bar, but I definitely tested some skills related to it. I can go do that again and just try the ordinary dagger spam. Let's just go to my guild hall. Good thing you guys can't hear that weird electronic power tool noise out my window. Because I had this like random bar going on just to look at things rather than trying Foxfang's Death Blossom. Also, I need to actually spec some in Deadly Arts here. Yeah, crit agility is a good call. I was looking at Way of the Fox. These are enchanting daggers, by the way. Not my favorite skin, to be honest, but anyway. Yeah, well, my target died. Like, you definitely are bottlenecked on Jagged Strike kind of now. But honestly, like, the amount of time it takes you to execute the combo allows it to recharge. Yeah, I mean, it definitely, like, it doesn't really affect that a whole lot besides being energy management. It brings it down to, like, a 2-second interval instead of a 3-second interval, which is, like, not nothing, but not a ton either. Where's Master of Damage? Let's go talk to this guy. It's going to be slightly faster. It's probably around 30% faster if I had to guess. So if I do it now, if I put on Way of the Empty Palm, we're now being gated by Jagged Strike's recharge rather than Foxfang's recharge. So you can kind of get a feel for it. It is slightly faster with Way of the Empty Palm, but in like a way that's meaningful, but not like greatly meaningful, I feel. But I don't necessarily know the best setup for testing it. Yeah. I mean, it's basically like by the time you finish using Death Blossom, Jagged Strike is recharged, and once you've used that, Fox Fangs will be recharged. Because it makes, like, at this spec, it's 43% faster. So, like, times point, what is that, 5.7? So it's probably Fox Fangs, depending upon how they're doing the rounding, probably has a 2-second recharge, unless they're using the actual 1.71. So it's probably a synced recharge on those, and this would be a 1 second, or it's probably still 2 seconds. I don't know, but it definitely, like, it smooths out the bump of Fox Fangs. Functionally, is what's happening here. So you can just kind of like spam the whole thing on recharge. So it definitely smooths it out a little bit. So it's probably a little bit stronger to do dagger spam with Way of the Empty Palm, but you do have to pause every now and then to reapply it. It's not like a long pause, but it is a short little pause there. But it also manages your energy. So, but you do need to spec into Deadly Art. So there's like some push and pull, but it definitely. You can ignore critical strikes, although you'll decrease your damage slightly by doing so. But you can ignore it for purposes of energy management. You'll just have fewer critical hits. But keep in mind, like, your critical agility duration is based on your critical strike rank. So if you get rid of all of your critical strikes, your critical agility will not last long. But you can drop it down and whatnot. But so you could probably go like 4 critical strikes, and then max out Dagger Mastery and Deadly Arts if you want to. Yeah, you can also use Drunken Master instead of critical agility, which is probably better in some cases. Although the plus 25 armor on critical agility is nice, so. Actually, let's just go to Guild Hall. Anyway, I think, and I've been going for like 4.5 hours talking about the skill update. There are so many skills to cover. This has been a really big update though, and I've really appreciated like them doing skill updates. Definitely a lot to think about. We'll have to see. Some of them definitely feel like more impactful changes than others. Some of them feel like tweaks. But at this point, I feel like my brains are utterly burnt out from processing all of these skills. But it's been a good time, and I'm glad so many of you showed up to talk about it. So it's clearly something people are interested in, and that's nice as well. It is nice to see things get mixed up a bit. I do agree some of the changes do feel a bit random. Some of them might be taking into consideration things that I don't know yet as well. It's possible they're like, here is a bunch of skill updates. We're going to be doing some other things that we have in the pipeline that we haven't told you about, that these are suddenly going to be relevant for. So that's always a possibility as well. We just don't know yet because we haven't hit that point. But anyway, I'm going to... Does anybody have any other final closing comments about a wrap up here? Because boy howdy are my brains are worn out. But it'll be interesting to see how these affect stuff when I next week when I do another unlock all skills. Stream. That's what we call these things. We call them streams. Yeah, Ravgaze QZs definitely seems like an interesting thing to try. I'm probably not going to do that build on my unlock all skills stream, just because nobody's at all set up for doing that, and it definitely wants you to be doing specific things with your runes and stuff that I don't necessarily want to fiddle with. But like, even just using Ravenous Gaze seems like a solid plan, and it's even better when you're fighting torment creatures that like to spam Quickening Zephyr. So that's definitely something to consider. And like, that buff is just, that buff combined with the nerfs to Energy Surge and Mesmer damage in general is enough that's like, this is intriguing and I want to see how this goes. So, well, I am going to wrap up here. hope everyone enjoyed me taking a look at all of these skill updates. There were a lot of them. So I will do another one of these sorts of looking at skill updates when we get another one. I wouldn't be surprised if we do get another one. I would be surprised if it's anytime in the near future. But there could very easily be another skill update sometime before the end of this year. And I'm looking forward to seeing what other new stuff they do. But in the meantime, the quest to unlock all skills will continue. But that will be an effort for another day. As I expected, I did not have time for it today. So thank you all very much for watching. And until next time, everyone, take care and goodbye.